Hello everyone, a very good morning to all of you. First and foremost, if my voice is clear and if the video is fine, please give me a thumbs up. Please let me know about this. Wonderful, that's great. Good. So let's start with our module of science and technology. Now, first and foremost, let me just give you a brief about how exactly we are going to go and what are the areas that we are going to cover. So, when it comes to science and technology, we are going to cover this area from the perspective of your prelims and mains examination, and we'll try to understand the various aspects of the examination and how the questions have been coming in this paper. So we'll go through each of the chapters one by one, and while discussing all those chapters, we'll also try to cover some of the previous year questions that have come from those chapters, and at the same time also try to understand how exactly can a question come in the future, because it's not only about what has come but also what could come in your upcoming papers. And also, whatever important current affairs is related to some of these areas, we'll also keep taking them as we move on with each and every topic. So this is how we are going to go. And if you have any doubts with regards to whatever we are discussing, if you have any questions that you want to ask, every once in a while I'll just wait for some time and I'll also look at your questions. I may not be able to look at the questions regularly because that also distracts me, to be frank. So what we'll do is that every once in a while I'll tell you that, okay, now if you have any questions, please ask those questions, and I'll keep catering to all the questions that you have. So in this manner, this is how we are going to go. So if you have any doubts while the session is going on, please hold on. And whenever I ask you to ask those questions, please send in all your questions and I'll try to resolve all the queries that you have. Right then. So let's begin with our session. Now, to start with, one thing that we need to understand before we move on with our chapters is a basic strategy for science and technology. Because first and foremost, you have to understand that this is a chapter, or rather this is a subject which is very different from a lot of other subjects that you are learning. uh, the way questions are asked, the way the entire curriculum is divided, the kind of chapters that we have, you'll see that it's a very different structure altogether compared to a lot of other chapters, a lot of other subjects rather, that you have covered. So, to start with, the very first thing that we need is to understand the syllabus that we have for the exam. Now, when you look at the syllabus at both prelims and mains levels, you'll find that at prelims level, the syllabus that has been defined by the UPSC does not give out a lot of things, does not tell you what exactly you can expect in the papers. So, for example, the only thing that they have written in the syllabus is general science. Now, how general this general science is, nobody knows. How much depth you have to go into, you cannot really predict that. So that's why it does not really give us an idea about what exactly to read when we go for the prelims examination. Now, one thing that I have added from my end is current events of national and international importance, because this is one area, current affairs area, from where we do see a lot of science related questions coming from. Now, all these current events related questions also, it's not that they will just ask some kind of random question from here and there. You'll find that in most of the cases, the question that has been asked has some kind of relevance, has been asked for one reason or the other. So it's not that they would just pick up a random event and ask a question based on that, but rather they'll pick it from something which is significant from the perspective of science and technology. And that's what we'll also keep on discussing as we move on. What exactly are the kinds of questions that have come in the past and how can you expect questions in the future? Now, main syllabus is where the things have actually been defined, in the sense that there are 3 points that have been given here. And when you look at these 3 points, what they say is, first is applications and effects in everyday life. Now, the keyword here is everyday life. The kind of science that we are using, the kind of advancements that we are looking at, each and every aspect of our life in one way or the other, whether it is energy, whether it is related to communication, whether it is related to the, let's say, space technology, or the advancements in technology that we slowly and steadily see is creeping into our lives. For example, how artificial intelligence altogether has entered our lives. So in this manner, whatever is a part of a basic understanding of science and technology overall as a part of our lives is what they have mentioned. Then achievements of Indians in science and technology, indigenization of technology, and developing new technology. Now, first is achievement of Indians. Now, also understand here that this point does not tell you that you have to know about a certain scientist, that you have to understand the biography of a particular scientist. No, it's not related to one scientist. It is about the scientists, or you can say the scientific community in India, the advancements in science that India has seen. So when you look at space technology, for example, has been one of the pioneers in the developments of science and technology in India. So when it comes to ISRO and comes to space technology development, it's not only about one scientist, right? It's about the entire scientific community and how they have uh, all contributed towards development of science and technology in India. So that's why achievements of Indians, and we will be looking at various institutions related to science in India. Indigenization of technology. Indigenization in, if I simplify this, I would say is nothing but localization. Localization, meaning that when you have a certain technology that you are using for local needs, or in that sense for Indian needs. For example, let's say a lot of inventions and a lot of discoveries that happen, and any technology that India is using, it's not that all these technologies had developed in India, right? It might have developed somewhere else, but we have adopted that technology, we are also using that technology, or we are making some modification in the original technology and using it as per our needs. So in this sense we are talking about localization. All right. And then developing new technology. So whatever new developments happen in science, they always will be important for you from examination perspective. So that's why this again becomes, and we'll keep on discussing that as we venture into our chapters. Now, overall, the most important point with regards to syllabus is the third point that you have right here. And this is where they have actually defined, you can say, the chapters for you. Awareness in the field of IT, space, computers, robotics, nanotechnology, biotechnology, and issues related to intellectual property rights. So these, you can say, in a manner would also become chapters for us as we move on. Now, also remember that this is a syllabus that has not changed since 2013. It is a syllabus that has remained as it is, word by word, since 2013. So for example, there are new technologies that are now there, out there in the market, or in the world, which has not been mentioned. For example, artificial intelligence. Now artificial intelligence, last 3 4 years, you know that everywhere, in one way or the other, has been in the use, and the world widely is now looking at uses of artificial intelligence. Hasn't been mentioned here as a point, but for us it would become a very very important chapter. So that's why those updates, you can say, in a manner, get covered as a part of new technology. So that's why this is how, based on the syllabus, this is what the chapter list for you would be. That we'll start with the chapter of energy, then we'll discuss about space. And just remember that these two topics together are the most important topics, I would say, and also the biggest of the chapters for us. First, you can say easily the first four classes will just go in, or first 4 to 5 classes will go only in these two topics, because these two topics are going to be very very big and also important. Because even if you look at your prelims and mains question papers of the past, and what we expect in the upcoming papers, I would always say that these are two most important chapters from that perspective. And the scope of the questions being asked from here is also very very huge. So both from prelims and mains perspective, these two are going to be the biggest and also the most important chapters for us. Then next is the topic of biotechnology. Now in terms of biotechnology, again it remains a very very important topic both from prelims and mains perspective. And every year we do see that at least one question in the prelims does come from here, and every year, or at least every second year, one question in the mains examination also will always be asked from here, although not as big a chapter as the first two are, but still remains a very significant chapter for both your prelims and mains examinations. Then after that we have nanotechnology, and nanotechnology will be a smaller chapter. I would say primarily important for mains examination, sorry, for prelims examination. Although questions can come in the mains, but the orientation of the chapter is pretty much tilted towards your prelims examination. Same goes for even robotics and artificial intelligence. Primarily, I would here also say that these are chapters which are related more towards your uh, related more to prelims than mains exam. Although questions can come and questions have come. Last year, for example, the question on artificial intelligence was asked in the mains examination, but it's not. But I would still say that the chapter is oriented in a manner that it's more important for your prelims than your mains exam. Same goes for this chapter of IT and communication as well. There are a lot of topics that we'll be dealing with in this chapter, which are more important from prelims perspective than from mains perspective. And then there are two chapters, disease and defense. Now these two chapters I would say are purely current affairs based chapters. Whenever questions have come in the past, all right, whenever questions have come in the past from these two chapters, the questions have always come from current affairs, and we'll also take those examples. You'll see that whenever the questions have come, largely they are from current affairs perspective. So more than the static areas of the syllabus that we are going to discuss here, I would say that the dynamic areas are going to be extremely important here, because the questions will be asked in that sense. So that's why you have to be ready with current affairs, especially of these two chapters. And then lastly we have a chapter called as intellectual property rights, which I would say again is a more important chapter from mains perspective than from prelims perspective. Although again, goes without saying that it's not that the questions cannot come or have not come in the prelims, they have, but still remains more important for your mains examination. So this is a breakup of all the chapters that we are going to discuss, and everything that we are going to go through one by one as we move on into the chapters. Now, when it comes to the questions that have come in your prelims and mains, if you look at the basic analysis of the last 10 years of question papers, you will see that every year we are looking at a maximum of 16 to a minimum of 12 to 13 questions which come in your prelims exam. Now, in this particular scenario, when especially when it comes to prelims, science and technology as a subject becomes very crucial. And this is one point that I want every one of you to understand very well. Because when I look at the return on investment, if you look at the ROI of this particular subject compared to some of the other subjects, it's very high, because the amount of time that you have to spend on science and technology as compared to some of the other subjects is very less. I would say, for example, you know that we have a total of 11 classes here, and in those 11 classes we will be able to fairly complete a lot of different areas related to what can be asked in your paper. Now, from these 11 classes we are expecting a lot of questions to come, and of course you will have to add some current affairs to these 11 classes. So when it comes to your prelims examination, you are spending less time to get these 12 to 14 questions on an average. Same if you compare to some other subjects, and I don't have anything against any subject here, but let's say if you compare it to history. In case of history, for example, you have ancient, medieval history, art and culture, modern history. At least these four areas from where you expect the questions in your prelims. you you all know how much time it takes to complete these four areas. For approximately, you can say 18 to 20 questions in total. So 15 questions, you can say almost one third of the time that you take there is something that gives you easily almost 25 marks in your paper, which is very, very crucial in the context of the paper and the kinds of questions that come in the paper. So that's why you have to understand that, especially in the prelims examination, science and technology can become a make or break paper for you. Because I also have seen a lot of people giving out analysis where they say that uh, don't just you don't even have to read science and technology if you're not from the background. You just leave the subject out and you just go through all the other subjects, and that will be enough for you. But you have to understand, you cannot really think like this. This is a mistake that people have done in the past, not only with science and technology but from some of the other areas perspective as well. For example, let's say something like an ancient and medieval history. You would see in the past that there were a lot of candidates who would just not read ancient and medieval history and go in the paper, because there were a couple of papers where just 2 or 3 questions came from there. But that has changed. If you look at the analysis of 2022 paper or a 2023 paper, you'll see that the number of questions in uh, ancient and medieval history again has gone up compared to what it used to be. So you cannot just go by this kind of logic that okay, fine, I'll leave one subject and uh, I'll still be able to make the paper. Just look at the questions, the kind of questions that they are asking, and the level of the paper that you have. The cutoff is going just around 80s, in the lower 80s last year, and this year we are expecting that it might be just touching 80. So the cutoff has gone so low. It means that you have to ensure that every bit of syllabus from where you can get 1 mark, you have to ensure that you are ready with it. You cannot predict something. You cannot predict, okay, fine, I'm good in, let's say, geography, so I'll read geography and go. What guarantees that the geography questions will not be difficult first, and what guarantees how many questions will come from geography? That even from such a big subject like geography, we have seen that there have been years when you had just 7 or 8 questions. So just imagine that you reading and investing so much time on a big subject and getting just 7 or 8 questions. So there is no guarantee of how many questions will come from what area. First thing, what will be the difficulty level of what subject in your paper. So if, let's say, a subject that you have prepared with very difficult questions are asked, then probably you are not able to solve it. Or maybe such easy questions have been asked that everybody has been able to solve those questions, and you could not gain any advantage out of it. So that's why just always remember that the only advantage that you will have in your paper is when you have completed the syllabus before uh, going into the examination hall and starting to write your papers. So that's why you have to understand that subjects like these can, especially in your prelims examination, become, it has a different kind of importance, where we see that every year 3 to 4 questions are being asked from science and technology. So you can say that almost 35 to 50 marks worth is coming from here. Now in the mains examination, the good thing is that the paper is not difficult. The questions are very easy, very static in nature, and from very general areas in most of the cases. So you will be able to score very easily. You will be able to write answers very easily in most of the cases when it comes to questions of science and technology. So that's why you have to understand uh, that when it comes to mains examination, the importance of science and technology is the fact that the questions asked here are easy in nature, they are not difficult at all. Now lastly, to understand our sources, that what exactly are our sources and where do you study science and technology from. Now the first source that I have mentioned here are of course your newspapers. Now when it comes to newspapers, there are two newspapers which are good from the perspective of science and technology. One, of course, being the Hindu, and the second one being the Indian Express. Now, any one of the two, I'm not saying that you have to read both of them, any one of the two. So if you are reading the Hindu, that's enough. If you are reading the Indian Express, that's enough. No need to read both the newspapers. If you have time, then that's great. But otherwise, at least one of these two become very, very crucial sources for you, especially from your current affairs perspective. Then you have PIB. PIB stands for Press Information Bureau. Now, Press Information Bureau is important because Everything that the government is doing, any new scheme, any new policy, any new announcement will always be listed in the PIB. So that's why PIB becomes important. And then after that, we have the magazines, Yojana, Kurukshetra, Down to Earth, and Science Reporter. Now, these four magazines, I wouldn't say that you have to read them cover to cover. You have to be very, very selective in reading them if you are reading on your own. Otherwise, cover them through webinars. Because in the webinars, also, we will be covering all the important areas from these magazines. So that's why anything that we think is important for your examination, we will be covering them in webinars. So either do that or do a selective reading. Don't just try to read everything that's there, and especially a magazine like Science Reporter is not going to be easy for you to read. It's going to be very, very difficult, especially if you don't come from science background. It might become very technical for you and also irrelevant for the examination at times. So that's why you have to be highly selective in reading. Otherwise, just go with the webinars. And then lastly, the NCRTs. Now, in case of NCRTs for science and technology, first and foremost, I would say that most important are the classes 6 to 8. Classes 6 to 8th NCRTs are the most important. Ninth and 10th also, even if you skip, doesn't matter. 11th and 12th, do not touch. Right? Do not touch 11th and 12th NCRT books of science and technology, because for those of you who come from science background and who might have taken uh, science in 11th and 12th, you know, reading those two NCRTs, I mean, those six NCRTs rather, or rather 12 NCRT books of class 11th and 12th might easily take 1 year of time. So if you have time that you can give 1 year of time just to reading class 11th and 12th NCRT science book, you're most welcome to do that. But please don't do that, because it's, first of all, questions are not going to come from there. Secondly, it's highly technical to read, and very complex topics are being dealt with which are never going to be asked in your paper. So don't touch 11th and 12th NCRT books of science and science in general. Overall, even let's say if you are looking at class 9th and 10th, even if you're looking at class 9th and 10th, there are certain chapters, if you want, you can read. Otherwise, even they will be covered in one way or the other in the classroom. So for example, one is the chapter of gravitation. So gravitation as a chapter can be read. Then structure of atom is another chapter that you can read if you want. Structure of atom. Then there is another chapter called as fundamental unit of life. This is about cells and everything that the cells do. And then there are a couple of chapters based on the human body. This is not one chapter, but rather a set of chapters that we have. For example, where you have all the various organ systems listed, what the digestive system, nervous system, muscular system, etc., what they do and what their role is. So all those chapters can be read, if at all, if you want to go through. That's entire thing that you do. Otherwise, you need not go beyond this. All right. But class 6 to 8 NCRTs, I would prefer that you go and read them. For example, it says a class 6th NCRT science book reading may not take you more than 3 or 4 hours also. It might not take more than 3 or 4 hours, and you'll be able to complete everything that you have in class 6th. So class 6th, 7th and 8th, these NCRTs will not be difficult for you to read and to complete. Just that for many of you, it might have been a long time since you last touched those books. And also, you would, when you revisit these books this time, you'll find a lot of difference in your approach. Because when we are kids, when we are in school, we have a very different approach towards these chapters. That, I mean, your teacher will give you notes, the teacher will give you everything that can come in the paper, and you just have to mug it up. You'll just remember everything and just go and write the paper. And sometimes the teacher might have already told you also that, okay, these are the questions to be asked in the paper. You just prepare for that, and you go. And you do not really gain any knowledge. I'm sorry to say this, but we see that in a lot of cases. that we do not really gain a lot of insight into or analysis into what the chapters are. We just simply learn it, we just mug it up, and we just go in the papers. So that's why uh, I would still prefer that class 6 to 8 NCRT should be revisited, whether you are from science or non-science background. Because even in case of science background students, you might have become specific in a certain branch or a certain field of science, but you may not remember everything. When you go and revisit, you will recall a lot of things that you might have completely forgotten. So that's why I'm saying, irrespective of the fact whether you belong to science background or you don't belong to science background, please go back and revisit class 6th, 7th, and 8th NCRTs. All right. So if you have any questions, so this is where we'll begin with our first chapter. But before doing that, if you have any questions, please uh, ask those questions here. Do we need to make notes of your slides, or your slides will be sufficient? I'll be writing everything that is required. All right. So there are a lot of information on the slides itself, and every bit of extra information that I need for you, I'll keep on writing them on the slides itself, and annotated PPTs in that sense will be enough. But if you have, it's also about habit, that if you are somebody who has a habit of also making notes with the classroom, you're most welcome to do that. Doesn't harm you in any way. But if you don't want to, if you just want to listen to the class and refer to the annotated PPTs later on, that should be enough for you. How a person from humanities who's least interested in science and who is not able to understand science, how they should approach science for UPSC? In mocks, physics, biochemistry is mentioned as syllabus, so what all needs to be read? Because I've left science 5 years back, so I don't remember anything, and I'm just so scared about science. Okay, so let me just break one myth here, that even if we have science background students here, I can assure you that they are also going to be on the same level as you are. Because a lot of topics that we have here, for example, let's say something like a nanotechnology, people who come from biology background will not know what is nanotechnology. Even in people who are coming from, let's say, engineering background also, they might not have read about nanotechnology at all. So it will be a new topic for everyone. Same probably goes for artificial intelligence, that it will be a completely new topic for everyone who is here, who's reading it. Biotechnology, anyone from non-biology or non-biotechnology engineering background will not have any idea about what is biotechnology. So for even the students who come from science background, they're not that good in science as you might think. Sorry, the science students. But so that's why you have to understand that everybody will be at the same level, because everybody would have left class 10th science maybe 3 years back or 5 years back or maybe 7 8 years back, and then you have to now revisit them. So the only, just understand this, that I'll try to make your classes as simple as possible. At the same time, if you have any doubts, you're most welcome to ask those questions whenever we have these doubt sessions, and I'll try to make sure that you understand everything that we are dealing with here. And I assure you that there's nothing that goes beyond one should know. What about Tamil Nadu board books? They are also very good. I mean, especially for history, they are considered better. But in this case, the basic NCRTs also work. Our Byju's magazine is enough. See, depends on time. I mean, current affairs, when you follow current affairs, it's always advisable that you follow current affairs every day. So the Hindu analysis that comes every day, the CNA that is published every day, the PIB analysis that we do daily, these I would say should be the preferences. If you do not have that time, if you do not have that time to refer to them on a daily basis, then switch to the magazines. A lot of you are saying you are afraid of this subject. I understand where you're coming from, and this is why I am here. I'm sure I'll be able to help you with that. Can we skip NCRTs? See, depends on what your level in science and technology is. I would, I mean, I wouldn't say that questions would come from here. All right. It's not that I'm expecting that if you read these NCRTs, 5 questions will come from here. Probably zero questions will come from these NCRTs. Just that to build that background, to just to recall everything, this is where the importance of the NCRTs are. Makes your fundamentals clear. Otherwise, nothing else. Because these fundamentals anyway will be touching in the classroom also, so nothing different there, just that it gives you a better recall value. Any other book, see, just remember this, that what I need you to do is focus on what we are doing in the classroom. All right, these 11 classes comprehensively we will cover everything that is required, plus current affairs. Any current affairs, we are in January, so January, February, March, April, these 4 months of current affairs plus last 5 6 months of current affairs, that is what you need to add to the static areas of the syllabus. That's it. So no need to go to any book. All right, internal or external, no book is required. Just focus on this. Books do not really help in this particular subject. It's a very different structure that we're dealing with. If you don't learn about cells, then how we'll understand viruses, vaccine formation. So see, this is what I'm saying, that whatever be the requirements of a chapter, obviously we'll be dealing with the chapters, but at the same time I want you to read something, so that you also have a habit of doing that and on your own also, and it will just help you. Should we make notes from NCRTs? Not necessarily. You can use any method that you like. You can underline from there. You can highlight the points. You can make side notes on the NCRTs itself. Or if you want to make notes, depends on the kind of time that you have. But not necessarily. You don't need to make notes from there. So many of your other, there's not enough time to read NCRT books from class 6 to 8. I wouldn't say that. I mean, hardly it would take 2 to 3 days of time and not more than that to complete them. Because class 6th and 7th, they can be actually covered in a day, within a day. Should we make notes from CNA? I wouldn't say that. It takes a lot of time and effort. You can do a poll. How many people are here from humanities background and science background? Doesn't I don't want to do that because, as I said, that it doesn't really matter. Uh, Although I do understand that somebody from an arts background might have to go some extra, make some extra effort, but still, if those efforts are being made in the classes, that's enough for anyone. Does this subject enough for state PCS exams? I wouldn't say that, because in state PCS the kind of questions are a bit different. Uh, for example, let's say a lot of NCRT based questions come there, which are not asked in your UPSC examinations. Technology based questions and current affairs based questions are more in UPSC and less in state PCS. They ask more from static general science NCRT based questions and a lot of facts related to science, which are never asked in your UPSC examination. So the composition is a bit different. Apart from, I would say, just one state PCS, that is UP PCS, Uttar Pradesh state PCS. Apart from that, most of the other state PCS are very different. Will the tablet lectures of NCRTs be enough if I don't read? I would still prefer that you read. Although there are lectures there, I would still prefer that you go and make that effort in reading those lines from the NCRT books. It will really help you if you do that. Can we read reference book of Ravi Grihari? I wouldn't really say it would help you a lot apart from what we are already discussing in the class. It's a bit bulky book, so I wouldn't suggest really. I haven't been following PIB. If I start today, will that be enough? You just go through some of the key areas. I would say that you just go through the PIB analysis. Either, see, there are two ways to do it. And some of you also have asked me, what is PIB? So PIB stands for Press Information Bureau, and you can go to the website pib.gov.in. Now, if you go there, it's a wonderful website. They do also have an app. If you want, you can also download the app, and you can just go ministry by ministry. All right. So what happens there is you can select the ministry and you can select the month or the year. So what I would say is that just start from maybe July or August of 2023, and from there on just go ministry by ministry, and you will find that it's very easy to skim through. And you might find in every ministry, you might find five or six news articles which are related to your syllabus in one way or the other, and that will help you in just uh, getting them even from the last few months. It is pib.gov.in. This is the website. So again, there is no reference book required. There is no other book required, as I told you. If at all, just the class 8 to 6 to 8th NCRTs, nothing beyond that. And even if you skip them, it doesn't really matter. If you have good background in science, if you feel confident enough, you can skip even that. Name of the app also is PIB. You just go on your App Store or Play Store and you'll find PIB there. Right. And if you go to the Byju's exam prep app also, you'll find that PIB analysis section is there. and where all the selective articles from PIB are also placed. So you can just go there and read it. Even if you don't go to PIB website or PIB app, just go to your Byju's exam prep app, and there also you'll find the PIB analysis. So nothing to worry. All right. So let's move on and let's begin with our first chapter, that is energy. Now, when it comes to this chapter, just understand first and foremost how exactly the questions are asked here and why. And when it comes to this chapter, why I told you this is a big chapter is because this is not one chapter, I would say, but rather there are 3 or 4 different chapters that come in one single chapter of energy. Because when it comes to energy, first and foremost, why energy? And why are they asking so many questions from energy perspective? Now, first and foremost, just understand this, that last decade or so, we have seen that the world has been paying a lot of attention to understand what the alternatives to coal and petroleum are, right? We have been trying to understand how to stop using coal and petroleum, how to reduce the use of coal and petroleum, and how to find cleaner ways of using energy. And this is where a lot of new energy sources, like solar energy, wind energy, nuclear energy, geothermal energy, hydrogen as an energy source, all these have started taking the center stage. And this has happened over the last 1 decade, or let's say last 15-20 years or so. And in case of India, I would say largely last 15 odd years, where we have started putting a lot of effort in building the alternate sources of energy in the country. So that is what makes this chapter important. And that is where you'll find that even if you go to the previous year papers, you'll not really find a lot of energy related questions 15 years back. That if you go to a 2010 question paper or a 2005 question paper, you wouldn't find as many questions from energy as if you look at the analysis of, let's say, 2015 onwards. If you go through the question papers of 2015 to 2020 to 23, you'll find that a lot more questions come now in the paper as compared to what used to be. So that's basically because of the fact that we have seen a lot of changes in the world. We have seen that a lot of countries, including India, have been trying to adopt cleaner ways of producing energy. So that is what makes this as an important chapter. Now, first and foremost, when we say energy, what do we mean by energy? Anyone who remembers what is the definition of energy? How do we define energy? Anyone who remembers? Yes, ability to do work, right? One simple way to define is ability or capacity of doing work, right? Now, when we say work, this term work also can have various meanings. For example, let's say when I'm teaching here, when I'm standing here for, let's say, 3 hours and taking your classes, I can at the end of the class proudly say that I worked for 3.5 hours. But somebody who understands physics can also say that I haven't done any work. Can you tell me why? Anyone who remembers why? That even if I'm taking a 3 hour class, you can still say that this person did no work. The work done was zero. Yes, because I am not moving, as many of you have mentioned, that the displacement is zero. Because physics work says that it is force, I mean, simplifying it, it is force multiplied by distance. So if there is no displacement more than distance, the displacement, correct? So here what happens is that I am not moving, I am just stagnant at one place. So my movement is zero, so this is zero. So that's why this is force into zero, meaning the work done was zero. So then you can say that no effort was made, that this person did nothing for 3 hours. So But I would say no. I have done a lot of work. Biologically, I have done a lot of work. Physics wise, I have not done any work. But that doesn't matter. Here, we are not really talking about what is physics of work and what is biology of work. What we are trying to understand here is what are the various sources of energy. So this entire chapter is about sources of energy. That if we are saying that energy is the capacity to do work, to carry out any kind of work, to do anything, we need energy, right? If I'm able to speak up, if I'm able to stand here because I had dinner last night, that's why I'm able to stand here and deliver, because some carbohydrates went into my system, and those carbohydrates and fats that we have, uh, they are helping me deliver for the next 3 hours, right? So that's why energy is required to do any kind of work. You need energy. Now this energy will come from various different sources. So overall what we know is that energy is nothing but the capacity to do work, and we measure them in joules or calories. These are other units of energy that we use, and there are various different forms of energy, and these are the forms that we are going to read about in this particular chapter. So when it comes to energy as a chapter, there are first two ways in which we classify energy. First way to classify energy is on the basis of what is renewable versus what is non-renewable energy. All right, renewable energy and non-renewable energy. Now, when it comes to renewable energy and non-renewable energy, understand first and foremost that what exactly do we mean by renewable. Can you first tell me? I'll define it later, but first I want to know from you, what according to you is renewable energy? How do you think, how do you define what is renewable energy? Can be renewed, something that we can generate again, which never ends, energy which can be reused, energy which can get replenished, regenerated, reproduced, non-exhaustive, can be used again and again. So there are a lot of ways in which you have tried to define it. Okay, so a lot of you, for example, have said that okay, fine, these are energy sources that can be reused, or something that can be used again and again, something that we have in abundance, as many of you have written, something that can be replenished. Okay, environmentally friendly. Okay, one way to look at it, that's fine. Now, okay, so let's say when you say that this is something that can be renewed or something that can be replenished, is there a time? Let's say, for example, suppose that I have an energy source that can be replenished in 50 years. That today I use energy, sorry, in 50 years it will be replenished, and 50 years later I can reuse it. Would I say that it is renewable energy? No, correct. So then, how should we think of renewable energy? So one of the best ways, yeah. So what Riaz you have written, that replenished at higher rate than they are consumed. Correct. So when you have an energy source, and just understand how exactly are we trying to think of renewable energy, that when you have an energy source where the consumption rate is lower than the replacement rate. All right. Just think of it. Consumption rate, consumption rate is lower than the replacement rate. All right, consumption rate is lower than the replacement rate. So meaning that we are replacing it faster and consuming it slower. So if you have any source like this, then we can happily say that it is renewable energy. So for example, solar energy, you can use it. I mean, the entire earth, everyone, every country in the world, even if they start using solar energy, even then we will have enough solar energy for everything else. So it's a source of energy that is never going to end for us, where you have plenty available and you don't really have to worry about its replacement. So our consumption rate in terms of solar energy is lower as compared to the replacement rate. And also just remember that these are energy sources that are going to be here forever. These are energy sources that would exist as long as the earth exists. Correct. So these are energy sources that will exist as long as the earth exists. So I'm just mentioning this also. Would exist as long as the earth exists. So this is how it is going to go. I mean, solar energy is going to be here forever. The day solar energy does not reach the earth is the day when the earth starts to die, because then the plants will not be able to make their food with the help of sun. Photosynthesis would not happen, so plants would not survive. If plants don't survive, every animal dependent on that plant will not survive. Every other animal dependent on the other animal will not survive, and the entire food chain will vanish. Correct. So life as we know will not exist anymore if solar energy ceases to exist on the earth. Right. Similarly, wind energy, the generation of wind also has geographical reasons. There are geological reasons as well that lead to the generation of wind. For example, let's say even the rotation of the earth. Rotation of the earth also leads to wind generation. Now, it's not that the earth is going to stop rotating. If the earth stops rotating, we'll just fly into the outer space. But hopefully that will never happen. But we know that the day that happens, the earth is gone. So that's why this is also source of energy that is always going to be here forever. Same goes for geothermal energy, the energy coming from inside the earth. It's going to remain with us for a very, very long time. Same goes for biofuels, because these are natural resource dependent. So that's why we'll be able to use them for a very, very long time. So that's why in all these kind of cases, what we basically see is that these are renewable sources, because their replacement rate is higher as compared to the consumption rate. On the other hand, when we are looking at non-renewable sources, there the consumption rate is higher as compared to the replacement rate, because their formation would take a lot more time as compared to the amount of time in which they are being consumed. Let's say if you take example of coal, do you know how much time coal formation takes? Any idea how much time coal formation takes? Millions of years, right? Not thousands of years, millions of years. It takes almost 300 million years. 300 million years. So So we are talking about 300 million years of time in formation of coal. How much time have we taken to exhaust coal? 300 years. So something that took 300 million years to form, we took 300 years to exhaust it. You can more or less say that since industrial revolution, we started using it a lot more than we used to. So that's why in a manner in last 300 years, we have just exhausted everything that we had. And it took 300 million years for the formation to happen. So just imagine the kind of difference that you have between the replacement rate and the consumption rate. So that is why coal, for the same reason, petroleum, for the same reason, natural gas also becomes a non-renewable source of energy. Now, this is one way to classify. Now, when you look at this classification, there is one big source of energy that is missing, and this is nuclear energy. Now, what do you think? Is nuclear energy renewable or non-renewable? Is it renewable or non-renewable? So I'm if I gave A, B, C, D as an option, I see that A, B, C, D as an option would be marked. That let's say if A was renewable, B was non-renewable, C was neither, D was both. I see all the four options here. So, and that's actually true. The problem is with the definition itself, because there is no one standard official definition of what is renewable and what is non-renewable, because this definition that I have given you, you can say, is a basic or a general understanding of what renewable energy could be. But in case of nuclear energy, we do not really know where to put it, because there are a lot of ways in which you can think of nuclear energy. For example, right now, the world, and we'll discuss that in a greater detail when we go to nuclear energy later. But right now, the world has been using uh, uranium for getting nuclear energy. Now, uranium is just like coal, limited amount, limited quantity inside the earth's crust, so obviously exhaustible. So in that sense, when you are until the time you are using only uranium, I would say that it is a non-renewable energy. So with the present state where we are, uh, I could say that okay, fine, this is non-renewable energy. But when you look into the future, when thorium is an alternative and there are other alternatives that we are working on, hydrogen based fusion being another alternative, these are alternatives that might make it renewable in the future. So that's why it's about perspective. It's about how you think of it. If you're thinking of the present perspective, I would say it is non-renewable. If you're thinking about the developments and the future, I might say that it is renewable energy. So that's why uh, it's very difficult to say whether it is renewable or non-renewable energy source from the this aspect, and that's why they cannot ask you in this in the examination. If in the prelims examination a question comes and asks you whether it is a renewable source or a non-renewable source, just skip the question and move on to the next question. Don't think of answering this, because we do not know on what basis the examiner might have asked you this question, right? So it's impossible for us to understand that. So this is one way to classify. uh, so whether the answer to whether it is renewable or non-renewable, renewable when we look at the future, and non-renewable when we look at the present. So this is where we are with regards to nuclear energy. Now, with regards to the classification of energy, another way to classify is on the basis of conventional and non-conventional energy sources. Conventional, the ones that we have been using for a long time, where we have known how to use it at a larger scale for a very long time. So coal, petroleum, natural gas, or something like firewood or dried dung, etc., that we have been using for a very long time traditionally. Whereas we have non-renewable sources, sorry, non-conventional sources, where solar energy, wind energy, biofuels, or geothermal energy, these become the non-conventional sources of energy. Now what you can see is these are energy sources that have developed only in the last few decades, you can say, right? Only in the last few decades. Before that, these non-conventional sources did not exist. Overall, you might say that okay, all the renewable energy sources are non-conventional and all the non-renewable energy sources are conventional, but that is not a rule. That doesn't always apply. For example, we'll also discuss about something called as shale, or we'll also discuss about something called as coal bed methane. Now, sources like these, they are non-renewable and they are non-conventional, both at the same time. All right, they are both at the same time. So that's why in this particular scenario, you cannot say that it's a rule that always this will apply, that all the conventional sources are non-renewable and all the non-conventional sources are renewable. It can be other way around as well. So this is a basic of what energy is and how we classify it. So any question if you have from here on, whatever we have discussed, the basic understanding, the introduction to energy. New sources of energy are non-conventional. Yes, that's true. CBM is coal bed methane. We'll discuss that later. Is CNG a non-conventional source? Yes, you can say that. Conventional is something that we have been using for a very long time, that about which we have known for a very long time. The world has known about it for a long time. You can say that they are conventional. For example, coal. So coal is, it's not something that only started its use in industrial revolution. You'll see that before that also coal was being used. We have sources that say that it was being used in India. We have sources that say that in China also it was being used. First mining activities related to coal, evidences that we get is approximately 4,000 years back in China. So just understand that why these are conventional sources, because we have been using them for a very long time. Please explain geothermal and biofuel. We'll discuss that later on. We'll have a discussion on them. So don't worry. Same goes for shale. We'll discuss that later. Please wait for some time. We'll discuss it. Is nuclear energy obtained apart from uranium? Yes, it is. We'll discuss that again when we go to the topic of nuclear energy. So just wait for some time. Nuclear energy comes under conventional or non-conventional? Non-conventional source. It is a non-conventional source because it's a newer source as compared to others. If breeder reactor is used, nuclear energy can be classified as renewable. Yes, we can say that. But again, we'll discuss that later. There's also a debate regarding large dams classification. Yes, there is. So, and again, this is something that we'll discuss when we go to the topic of renewable energy. I'll discuss the large hydroelectricity power plants there. So just wait for some time. Not probably today. Tomorrow we'll have a discussion on it. If time permits, maybe today also. China built a nuclear battery that can give energy up to 50 years. Yes, that's true. And even we are working on something called as RTGs. ISRO has been working on RTGs, and even that is going to give us energy for a very long time. What about the liquid hydrogen fuel for spacecraft? See, these are all non conventional sources that we have just developed in the last decade or so. Geothermal energy, just wait. We'll discuss that. We have just discussed the classification. We are just now going to move into all these topics one by one. So just wait for some time. Again, cryogenics will discuss in space technology, not right now. After 100 years, non-conventional might become conventional. Yes, you can say that, because they will become so much be used in daily lives that we might say that they are conventional. So you're absolutely true. We'll also discuss about legalization or convention regarding science and technology. Depends on the topic. Some of the areas we'll be discussing the laws and everything related to them as well. Liquid hydrogen, renewable, non-renewable. Anything related to hydrogen, you can say that it will become renewable. Anything related to hydrogen, because hydrogen is very abundant in its quantity. So that's why we can say that it is renewable. Right. So let's move on. First, we'll start with all the non-renewable sources. We'll discuss about what is coal, what is petroleum, what is natural gas, what is shale gas, what is coal bed methane. Uh, Again, all these are the areas that we'll start our discussion with, and then after that we'll move on to all the non-renew sorry all the renewable sources. So we'll discuss about what is solar energy, what is wind energy, what is geothermal energy, what is nuclear energy. So all these things we'll discuss towards the later half of the chapter. So first, let's start with all the non-renewable sources. The first non-renewable source that we have is coal. Now, when it comes to coal, what is coal? Coal, we say that it is a fossil fuel, right? Coal is a fossil fuel, and we say that these are altered remains of prehistoric vegetation that originally remained and accumulated in swamps. Now, understand the keywords here. Understand the keywords and how exactly are we using it. So, the picture that you see, coal was used in a very different context there, but we are talking about some other kind of coal. Now, when it comes to coal, first thing that we are saying here is that it is a fossil fuel. All right. So when we say fossil fuel, understand what is fossil fuel. Fossil, what is fossil? Do you know what is fossil? What is the meaning of this word fossil? Yeah, something which is remains, dead remains, that's correct. Old remains, okay, fine. Dead species, remains of dead plants and animals, correct. So this is, yes, this is what it is. That the remains of plants and animals from, let's say, thousands to maybe millions of years. So that is called as fossil. And that's why, because coal is based on these organic matter, that's why it is called as a fossil fuel. So altered remains of prehistoric vegetation accumulated in the swamps, meaning all the wetland kind of areas. So what might have happened when it comes to coal? Understand how the formation of coal might have happened. So when it comes to the formation of coal, we say that the formation might have begun 360 millions to 290 million years ago. This is when the formation of coal might have begun. And when it comes to the formation of coal, what we see is that the vegetation, just remember the keyword vegetation, plant based sources, all right, the vegetation that were growing in the swampy areas, in the wetlands, etc., they for some reason got submerged under land. They got submerged, all right, maybe due to seismic reasons, maybe due to geological reasons. For one reason or the other, they got submerged under land. Now as they got submerged under land, this is where they are subjected to high temperature and pressure. Simple. As we move downwards from, let's say, the crust towards the core, the temperature and the pressure will keep on rising, right? So as they got submerged under land, the temperature on pressure and pressure on them also started to rise. And as they got submerged deeper underground, the pressure and temperature on them rose further, correct? So very high temperature and very high pressure now applies to these vegetation, you can say. So now what happens is that they would mix up with the sediments. A very high temperature and a very high pressure will be applied on them for a very long time, and this is where they start to convert. This is where they start to convert, and they start to form coal. Now what kind of coal will be formed depends on how much temperature and how much pressure for how much time. All right, so that's why the three factors become very, very crucial here. These three factors are pressure, temperature, and time. These three will determine the quality of coal. These three will determine the quality of coal. All right. So higher temperature, pressure, and time would mean better quality of coal. So for example, if you look at the four quality of coal that you have right here, you have peat, lignite, bituminous, and anthracite. Out of these four, anthracite is the best variant of coal. Higher heat, higher temperature for a longer duration. then in that case, the formation of anthracite would happen. So that's why just remember, high pressure, high temperature, and longer duration of time, that would basically determine, uh, that would give you a better quality of coal. Let me just write it here so that you don't forget this. Higher temperature and pressure for longer duration, this would give you better quality of coal. Better quality of coal. So that's why this is how you have to understand the four variants of coal. So these four variants of coal that we have, if you see this, we have peat, lignite, bituminous, and anthracite. Now, out of which, if you just look at the pictures that you have right here, peat is the best. Peat is the worst variant of coal. Sorry, not the best. The worst variant of coal, because the impurities level in peat is very high. All right, very high amount of impurities, and if you look at the appearance of peat, looks like a bark of a tree, right? Looks like a bark of a tree. Does not really look like the kind of coal that you're thinking of, the black colored stone that you think of when you imagine coal. So peat does not look like that, right? Why? Because it did not get did not get accustomed to a lot of temperature, very high temperature and very high pressure, and also for a longer duration of time. It was not really subjected to all of this. So because of that, a complete conversion into coal did not happen. In case of peat, a complete conversion of coal did not happen because it was not subjected to very high temperature and pressure for a long duration of time. So that's why the impurities levels are high, the efficiency is low, and that's why industrially it is largely not used. And that's why you'll see that even if you go to Coal Ministry website or Coal India website, you'll see that they do not really even classify peat as coal, because for industrial usage peat is not being used. Peat is being used in agriculture, peat is being used here and there in filtration processes, but not really for electricity generation or not for iron and steel plants. So in those kind of industries we are not really using peat, because efficiency is very low, pollution levels are very high, and because the impurity levels are very high, so it's not good to use peat. So that's why peat is not really used in industrial activities. Now, then after that we have lignite. Now, in case of lignite, lignite is something which is also called as brown coal. We also call it as brown coal. Now, why brown coal? Because of the appearance. As you can see that it does have a stony appearance, but it is brownish in color, and hence it is also called as brown coal. And lignite, again, quality wise not that great, but sometimes as a replacement for bituminous, when bituminous is not available for one reason or the other, lignite at some point can be used. The better variant of lignite might be used as some replacement, although it is also something that is not really suggested to be used. And you will also see that even in India, largely it will be bituminous for industrial activities, and it will not really be uh, lignite only as replacements wherever necessary. And even in that there have been controversies wherever lignite in the past, whenever we have used it, there have been controversies around it. So that's why lignite is not really again something that we want to use. uh, One thing about lignite, when it comes to lignite, just remember this, that it can undergo something called as spontaneous combustion. It can undergo spontaneous combustion. Spontaneous combustion means that it can catch fire on its own. It can catch fire on its own. Now, how that happens basically is that when it comes to, let's say, uh, when it comes to lignite, what may happen in case of lignite is that when you are mining, just understand this. for any kind of combustion to happen, that even if you are lighting a matchstick, you are able to light the matchstick because there is oxygen in our atmosphere. If let's say our atmosphere did not have oxygen, then even if you had tried to light a matchstick, you would not have succeeded. Any kind of combustion, just remember this as a thumb rule, any kind of combustion, for that to happen, you either need oxygen or something else that can act as an oxygen, just like an oxygen. So something which we call as an oxidizer, something that can act as an oxidizer can be used as a replacement. Otherwise, if there is oxygen, that's great. Now what happens sometimes is that when you are mining coal, during mining, all of a sudden you expose coal to a lot of oxygen. They I already might be at a higher temperature and at a higher pressure, and when exposed to oxygen, they can catch fire, and that's why it can lead to fire accidents. There have been cases of fire accidents in the past. You go to the news articles of 1960s in India or even in China, etc., you'll find a lot of these kind of fire accidents in the coal mines. There have been a lot of miners who have lost lives because of these kind of accidents in the past. So that's mainly because of the fact that lignite is present in these kind of mines, and it can lead to these kind of issues. One big problem that India has faced, if you know about the Jharia coal fields, if you have heard of the Jharia coal fields that we have in Jharkhand, fire was detected there almost, you can say, 100 years back. Has been almost 100 years now that fire was detected in the coal uh, mines of Jharia. We have lost hundreds of millions of tons of coal to this fire. And this fire not only has led to a lot of wastage of coal, because a lot of coal has just burnt and it has just converted into ash, but also for the people who live in these areas, in the nearby areas, for them also it has become a nightmare now. Because first and foremost, because of all the gases that they are exposed to, because of obviously the burning of coal, which is not a clean source of energy at all. So that's why the pollution levels are very very high. In a manner, you can say the air is poisonous, to say the least, in these areas. Not only that, the land has been subsiding there. There have been cases where, because what's happening is that the coal that you had beneath has converted into ash, so land just subsides. And there have been cases where people have lost lives because of that. And if you look at these areas and if you look at the problems that they have been facing, it's a nightmare to live there. uh, Unfortunately, very little effort has been made to ensure that people can be shifted from there, they can be given some alternatives. There have been plans that have been made by the center, by the state, by this government, by that government, but nothing really has been done. On the ground, nothing has happened. A lot of surveys have happened, a lot of policies have been made, a lot of budgets have been allocated to this by the center, by the state. Nothing on the ground, unfortunately. Very little on the ground, let's not say nothing, but very little on the ground, as compared to what should have been done and what could have been done. Because just understand that these kind of areas have become very unstable. A couple of years back, the railway line near the Jharia coal fields, near these areas, were shut down because of the kind of instability that, because of heavy movements of railways can do to these areas. So those railway stations, those railway lines have been also uh, they were also stopped from being used. So we have been looking at all these kind of issues, and again, lignite is a big problem altogether when it comes to uh, the burning of coal. So that's why these kind of issues become very very uh, significant, and we need to understand how to make sure that they do not really they do not really create these kind of issues. Then we have bituminous. Bituminous is also called as industrial coal, and industrial coal mainly because of the fact that it is largely used in the industries, whether in electricity generation, whether in iron and steel plant, whether in other industrial activities, in fertilizer plant. In all these kind of cases, we see that when it comes to bituminous, it is the most widely used variety of coal, and also the variety of coal that has a big presence in India, that has a huge presence in India. So that's why from that perspective, uh, bituminous becomes very very crucial. Now overall, bituminous, that's why it becomes very important for us, most important for us. Then we also have anthracite, the best variant of coal. But again, India does not really have a lot of anthracite. So whatever anthracite we have, it's very little. So we do import some of the anthracite from other countries like the US, for example. US has a higher amount of anthracite presence as compared to a country like India. So overall, if you look at the basic understanding of all these variants, in case of peat, the carbon content is low. All right, the carbon content is low, and that's why the impurities are very high. Carbon content being low means that it is less than 40%. It is less than 40%. In case of lignite, generally speaking, we see that it is between 40 to 55%. In case of bituminous, generally it is in the range of 55 to 80%. And in case of anthracite, it is generally between 80 to 95%. So carbon content is very high in case of anthracite. That's why efficiency wise also the highest efficiency that you see is in anthracite. The ash and the volatile content, matter content that we have will be very high in peat, because impurities will be very high, and very low in case of anthracite. Now, when it comes to the areas and the distribution that we look at, if you see this, these three states, Jharkhand, Odisha, and Chhattisgarh, these are the three states which have the maximum amount of coal presence in the country. But apart from that, there are other states as well. So for example, if you look at this central Indian region of Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and then also the other states like West Bengal, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and even parts of Uttar Pradesh, and in very small quantity Bihar. This is the area that has the highest amount of coal presence in the country. Apart from that, in the northeastern states, in Assam, in Meghalaya especially, also we do find coal presence there. Again, after that, uh, in places like Rajasthan and Gujarat, and also in Puducherry, and in parts of Tamil Nadu also, and also in Jammu and Kashmir. In these all areas also coal presence is there, but huge amount of coal presence is found in this area. This is where you have the largest amount of bituminous presence. Largest amount of bituminous presence is where it is in the central Indian region. Now, whenever I say bituminous is present, it does not mean that others are not. It will be a mix. Lignite will also be present. Some amount of peat will also be present. But largely bituminous is found in this area. In this area, we do find a lot of peat. Then the parts of Rajasthan, Gujarat, in Tamil Nadu, in Puducherry, these are areas where lignite present is higher, and this is the area where we have anthracite, although in very less quantity, but we have anthracite here. So in this manner, we see that this basically is how the distribution of coal is there in India. Use wise, what we see is that in agriculture, in water filtration, etc., we can use peat. Then the industrial use largely comes from these two, that is lignite and bituminous. And then there are other use of anthracite, like in heating systems, in smelting plants, or also as a fuel it can be utilized. So this is how we look at all the various different types of coal. Now, one very, very important fact related to something related to coal has been coal ash. Because when it comes to coal, we know that coal has some amount of carbon and some amount of impurities, and these impurities can become very, very dangerous for the environment and the human health. So these impurities, which are called as the leftovers, basically the leftovers after the burning or the combustion of coal, is called as coal ash. Now when it comes to coal ash becomes a problem because it can cause air pollution, it can cause water pollution, it can cause land pollution. It is hazardous for our health, it is hazardous for animal health, it is hazardous for plant health. So it is very, very dangerous in all these perspectives, and it is nothing but the leftover after the burning of coal. Now what you see, for example, in the picture that you have right here, there are two things that you can see. uh, this one, the very fine powder that you see, is called as fly ash. This is called as fly ash, and a bigger material that you see here is also called as bottom ash. All right, this is called as bottom ash. Now, in when it comes to fly ash and bottom ash, these are the two types of coal ash, you can say. So coal ash basically is nothing but the combustion residuals, the leftover after the combustion is completed. So in any, let's say, thermal power plant or any industry, wherever coal is being used, the leftover will be called as coal ash. There are different types of coal ash, out of which fly ash is the biggest problem for us. Now fly ash, first and foremost, when it comes to coal ash, it can contain a lot of harmful metals as well. For example, it can have lead, arsenic, cadmium, mercury, and uranium. All these can be present in small quantities. Uranium in very, very small quantity, but lead, arsenic, mercury, etc., in cadmium also. These are in larger quantities. So that's why they can become very, very dangerous if consumed in any form. And when it comes to this coal ash, the most important problem, the most problematic part of it has been fly ash. Now, why we say that it is fly ash is mainly because of the fact that it is very lightweight, very fine powder, very lightweight, and that's why from the smokestacks also it can just come out of the smokestacks in the thermal power plants. So that's why they can then mix with the atmosphere, cause air pollution. They can deposit on the land nearby and cause land pollution. They can deposit on the water bodies, mix with the water bodies, and cause water pollution as well. So they can actually lead to all these kind of things. So and then they will enter the food chain and they will become harmful for every organism out there. So overall fly ash becomes the biggest challenge because it's very difficult for us to get hold of fly ash, because it can just come out with smoke as smoke. So a lot of particulate matter, PM 2.5 and PM 10 material, will increase in concentration because of fly ash. So that's why fly ash becomes a bigger challenge. Then after that, we also have something called as bottom ash. So bottom ash is more, sorry, coarse material, COARSE, coarse material that is found at the bottom of the furnace. So that's why it is easier to get hold of bottom ash, and that's why the name bottom ash, because it is deposited at the bottom from where on you can very easily get rid of them. But getting rid of fly ash is a bigger challenge for us. Apart from that, there are other types of ashes also, not really very important for you, but they also are there. We have boiler slag and we have flue gas desulfurization material. Now when it comes to boiler slag, you can say in a manner is in a molten form, right? Kind of a liquid or a semi liquid form. So that's a molten or uh, partially fused ash, which is there at the bottom of the furnace, just like bottom ash. And it can have components of silicon dioxide, aluminium oxide, iron oxide, calcium oxide. All these kind of things can be present there. Again, easy to remove, easy to get rid of. And then there is flue gas desulfurization material. Now overall what we do is that whenever coal is being used, while the combustion of coal is done, we ensure that no sulfur dioxide is getting released from here, because sulfur dioxide is an air pollutant, right? It is an air pollutant. It leads to something called as acid rain as well. So it is an air pollutant which is very harmful for us. So we try to remove that portion, and that is what is called as desulfurization material. So that can also form as ash. So overall, that's why these are the different types of ash. But as I told you, fly ash is the biggest challenge for us, and that's why we look for disposal and recycling of fly ash, especially of fly ash. For example, they can be disposed of as surface impoundments or in landfills. Basically, what we can do is we'll simply dig up land, all the fly ash will be deposited there, and we'll just cover it up. We'll cover it so that fly ash does not mix with the atmosphere. And then after that, what also is done many a times is that all the used mines, all the coal mines which are not in use anymore, we just keep on filling them up with fly ash. So that's why we see that into it is also put back into abundant mines many a times. And then it can also be added to cement or grout or concrete. And it can also be, for example, even these you might have seen that these kind of bricks are there, right? You might have seen these bricks, these gray colored bricks. Now these bricks or these kind of cement blocks, they basically use fly ash. They are made of fly ash, and fly ash, that's why, becomes very very useful. So in any kind of construction activity, whether to mix with cement or grout, or even in making these kind of bricks, we see that in all these cases fly ash can be used. So this becomes one of the ways in which recycle we can recycle fly ash. And then after that, bottom ash many a times can also be used as a fill or to control the snow on the roads. Used It can be used to stabilize and fill, because what happens is that in case of bottom ash, it becomes a very good absorbent, so it can be used to absorb the moisture, and hence it will help in removal of snow. So in all these cases, we see that there are various different ways in which we try to make the use of fly ash, or even in cases bottom ash, because in one way or the other we have to find ways, because with such a huge amount of coal usage and a lot of coal production, we also need to find ways in which all the impurities and all the leftovers, all the ash that is being produced, that also can be taken care of. Now, there is this one topic, and I would say that this is a topic which is very, very important for your examination in prelims and mains 2024. I would say that it is very important. And even I believe that in this year's budget, also some kind of information on coal gasification will be given during the budget or in economic survey maybe. But in budget, the government might talk about coal gasification. So that's why you have to understand what is coal gasification. Now, when it comes to coal gasification, coal gasification, meaning that we are gasifying coal, meaning we are converting coal into some kind of gas. So this conversion of coal into gas is called as coal gasification. So process of converting coal into synthesis gas. All right. Synthesis gas, something which is also called as syngas, also sometimes called as synthetic gas. So synthetic gas, synthesis gas, and syngas. They basically are all the same terms. Whenever you see these three terms, just understand that we are talking about the same thing. All right. Now, in this particular scenario, we are saying that coal is being converted into gases, largely a mixture of hydrogen and carbon monoxide. Primarily a mixture of hydrogen, carbon monoxide, but with some extra amount of carbon dioxide also. Some amount of carbon dioxide, some amount of carbon monoxide, and hydrogen. This is what is called as syngas. So syngas is nothing but a mixture of hydrogen and carbon monoxide with small amount of carbon dioxide also. Now, so what we are doing is that we are uh, burning coal in a manner, we are heating coal in a manner that coal converts into gas. And this conversion of coal into gas is called as coal gasification. Now, when it comes to coal gasification, the process is a bit different, because here there will be high pressure vessel that will be heated to 1200 to 1500 degrees Celsius. Normally, when it comes to any, let's say, thermal power plant or wherever electricity production happens from coal, in those cases, they will be heated to 350 to 400 degrees Celsius maximum, not beyond that. In case of coal gasification, it will be heated to 1200 to 1500 degrees Celsius. So that's why heated to a much higher temperature at a much higher pressure. So under these circumstances, we see that coal would convert into gas, and this is called as syngas. Now, when it comes to syngas, we see that syngas then can be used in various ways. When it comes to syngas, we know that syngas can be used in various ways, and that's why the government also wants to start using coal gasification. So that's why the government is considering 6,000 crore worth of coal gasification scheme, and something where we'll see that these coal gasification plants will be set up, and they will further be used in electricity production. Now, why do we want to use coal gasification? Why this process? All of a sudden, last couple of years, we have seen that a lot of discussion has been happening about coal gasification. In last years, when you look at the annual report published by the Coal Ministry last year, there also they have mentioned about coal gasification and all the efforts that are being made towards coal gasification. Now, first and foremost, when it comes to coal gasification, why all of a sudden there is a policy shift? Why are we looking towards coal gasification? First and foremost, it gives us a cleaner burning. It gives us a cleaner burning, meaning that the emissions that we have from a normal burning of coal, like sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, particulate matter, all those kind of things, they are not there in syngas. So syngas from that perspective becomes much cleaner as a source as compared to a normal burning of coal. So that's why coal gasification is cleaner altogether. Similarly, the efficiency is also very high. Efficiency can be as high as up to 95%, whereas in case of normal combustion of coal, it can be as low as just 33%. So we are getting higher efficiency, and we are getting cleaner burning. So that's why this becomes very crucial, and at the same time, it is also seen to be more versatile, meaning that it can be used in a very different way. It can be used for electricity generation, it can be used in fertilizer plants, it can be used in other chemical production. So there are a lot of ways in which we can make the use of coal gasification. So that's why, including electricity generation, heating, and production of chemicals, and as I discussed, that even in case of production of fertilizers. So in there also we can make the use of coal gasification. Similarly, because we are talking about cleaner burning and less wastage and better efficiency, it is better for the environment, less environmental impact as compared to a normal combustion of coal. So overall, that's why it will help in enhancing our energy security. Now, when we say energy security, understand this term energy security as well, a very, very important topic, because the government also will keep on talking about building energy security for India. Now, when it comes to energy security, it means that we are trying to build resources that can help us generate energy domestically, where we are not dependent on imports. We are not importing energy. Right now, this is the problem, that we are importing petroleum, a huge amount of petroleum from the West Asian countries, from the US, from Australia, from all the other countries. We are trying to import a lot of whether petroleum or coal or even uranium for nuclear energy. So because of which we can say that we are really dependent on a lot of other countries. So we want to become energy secure, because when you are energy secure, it simply means that you can uh, have a better economic value out of it. You can generate a better economic value, because when your production when your production is domestic, it means that you spend a lot less money on production as compared to if you are buying. Buying always will be more costly, right? It will always be costlier for us as compared to if there is a domestic production. At the same time, because you are dependent on somebody else, you also have to maintain relations accordingly. You cannot guide those relations, you have to be dependent on those countries, and they would be guiding the relations that you have with that country. So that's why it becomes very challenging at times also for a country like India uh, when it comes to these kind of situations. So that's why to enhance energy security becomes very, very crucial, both economically and also for the international placement of the country. So that's why we see that there are a lot of these advantages, because of which the government of India has been trying to push for coal gasification as a process. There's this one question that has been asked in your paper. Just read the question. I'm launching the poll for you. I'm launching the poll. Please mark your answers. Wow, wonderful to see. 77% of you have marked the correct answer, which is A. Let me just discuss this with you. With reference to fly ash produced by power plants using coal as fuel, which of the following statements is or are correct? First is, fly ash can be used in the production of bricks for building construction. We saw the pictures and we discussed about this also, that bricks in cement, in construction activities, even in making roads, everywhere fly ash can be used. Fly ash can be used as a replacement for some of the Portland cement contents of concrete. Discuss this. This is correct. Third statement, fly ash is made up of silicon dioxide and calcium oxide only and does not contain any toxic elements. The entire problem is toxic elements, right? We would not be discussing this fly ash if not for the toxic elements. We discussed that there is mercury, there is cadmium, there is lead, there is arsenic, there is uranium. So that's why this is wrong. So correct answer, that's why, will be 1 and 2. All right, so let's take a break here. Uh, the time is 7:43, and I see that some of you might have questions. So if you have any questions, you can just post all your questions here. When I come back from the break, first let's discuss all your queries first, and then after that we'll move on with our chapter, and we'll move on to our next topic that we have, and this is petroleum. So before moving on to petroleum, if you have any questions, you can post all your questions here, depend based on whatever we discussed in the last half an hour or 45 minutes or so, and then we'll move on. So 7:44, so please be back. I want to say 7:59, but I know that automatically it will become 8 a.m. for everyone. So let's be back by 8 a.m. and resume our discussion. Welcome back, everyone. So I'm just looking at the questions that have been posted during the break, and then we shall move forward. Ashwin, you have asked, can peat be converted into syngas and used instead of bituminous or anthracite? Uh, Theoretically, yes, but practically, no. I mean, we don't do that. And even in when you look at the coal gasification plan that Government of India has, they primarily want to use bituminous and lignite. All right, bituminous and lignite are the ones that will be used. Which type of coal India imports from Indonesia? Largely, it is bituminous only that we import. Himani, you have asked. I had read somewhere that India imports most of the good quality of coal from European nations like Germany, as coal found in Indian mines are high in sulfur content. How far is this information correct? This actually is correct. The bituminous that we have in India is of a lower quality as compared to the kind of bituminous that we import, whether from European countries or even from the US. We import coal, and even from Australia and Indonesia we import coal, and these imported coal have really have an actual. This is, I mean. A correct information that the sulfur content in them is lower, the impurity content in them is also lower, so it's a better variant of bituminous as compared to what we have in India. Does it have calcium oxide? If you are asking about ash, then yes, it does. Why are we depending on other countries even if we have coal deposits? We have coal deposits, and as we just discussed, that the coal deposits that we have is of a lower quality, so we mix it up with others also, and at the same time the requirement that we have, the daily requirements that we have, is sometimes higher than the production that we have. So it's not only about the deposits but also about the mining. The mining is slower and the requirements are larger, then in that case we have to balance it out with the imports, so that's why we have to import. How peat is used in agriculture. So in case of agriculture, so peat basically is also organic in nature, and because it is organic in nature, it has very good carbon and organic content. So mixing it with soil or mixing it with any agricultural field, we see that it can enhance the quality of soil. If you go, even if you go to an e-commerce website like Amazon, Flipkart, etc., you type peat there, you'll find that they will give you peat for your house plants, for example. So in all these cases, because of the organic content, it becomes it adds to the nutritional value of the soil. Coal is non-renewable energy. Is that good thing to depend on it? Of course not, and that's why we are looking at so many different alternatives today. So many alternatives are being tried to be built, and the entire reason is because of this. Calorific value, in a manner, you can say that it is the combustion capacity, how much energy you can or how much heat you can generate out of a source. Coal gasification produces carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide. So how we are calling it? it has an advantage as these are pollutants. It's a mixture, all right. It's a mixture of carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and hydrogen all at the same time. Now when it comes to the use of this, what happens is that it's a cleaner burning also because of absence of sulfur, that there is no sulfur, there is no sulfur dioxide, and also the amount of heat that you are generating overall is at a higher efficiency. So that's why, let's say, if the same amount of heat was to be generated with normal amount of combustion, you would have used more coal, you might have used much more amount of coal, so carbon dioxide emission there would have been higher. So here also it is carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide, but the amounts are lower per unit volume, you can say per unit volume the amounts are lower. So that's why it becomes cleaner as compared to the normal combustion. It's not clean, just remember, it's not clean, it is cleaner as compared to normal combustion. Can I make running notes? See, I would always prefer if you do that because it also keeps you occupied all the time. But you can refer to annotated PPTs later also. But it's better if you keep a habit of running notes because that keeps you in the class with higher concentration for no other reason. Coal is form of animal or plant waste. As we discussed, it is vegetation. Vegetation meaning plant. Need to remember which all components used where and all. The basic table that I had given, if you remember that much, it's enough. Even act as mulching purpose, yes, of course it can be. Which type of coal used in households? Normally it is bituminous, a lower grade of bituminous. Is cocoa peat related to coal? Yes, it is. It's a kind of peat only. Still, in reality, we cannot walk away from coal easily with respect to generation of electricity. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. It's not that easy. We have been trying to make a lot of effort into building alternatives, but the reality of alternatives is something different. And we'll discuss that when we go to renewable energy sources. You will find some of the issues that we have, and we shall discuss them. Coal gasification is important for mains. I would say yes, both for prelims and mains, it will be important. Was the first coal plant in India set up by the British while the Industrial Revolution was ongoing in England. Industrial Revolution, you can say, happened almost 200 years before that, almost 150 years at least before that, because they understood how to use it. They had used it. Coal, you can say, one of the reasons of colonization has been coal because they were looking for resources, they were looking for coal, and countries like India became a target because we had a lot of coal. So you can say in a manner that also led to this kind of resource hunt that the Europeans were on, and that's why so many Asian countries and so many uh, African countries were colonized because of this very reason, that they needed resources and they found resources in these two continents. If I write running notes, then I am not understanding things as I'm busy writing. So what is the best for me? See, it completely, that's why I've been saying this, it depends from person to person because everybody has a different mindset, has a different way of studying. So whatever suits you. annotated ppts anyway will have all the information that you need. So if you just want to concentrate on the class and just listen to the class, that's good. And if in case you can, if you want to write, you are that kind of person who needs to write with the class, then in that case it serves your needs. So that's why it depends on, every individual is different in their approach, and everything, I mean, both the approaches are fine, doesn't matter. Right. So, but when fly ash is very toxic, why is it used in bricks? That is what is helping us in, you can say, recycling it. Because once it has been used in construction, it is not causing pollution. When it is freely just suspended in the air or just mixing with water and soil, this is where it becomes very toxic or becomes very dangerous for the environment. Right then. So, can we cite as syngas as important aspect in transition phase to decarbonization? Yes, you can say that it is, I mean, where you start depending on lesser coal as compared to where we are right now. And that's where you'll see that we have put targets for 2030, that by 2030 we want to reduce the coal usage by depending a lot more on coal gasification instead of normal combustion of coal. Right. So let's move on. Now, overall, when it comes to petroleum, petroleum also we can say that it is a fossil fuel, just like coal, it is also a fossil fuel, where we say that it is a complex mixture of hydrocarbons which occurs in the earth in liquid, gaseous, or solid forms. And normally, when we are thinking of petroleum, we think of only the liquid form. But just remember this, that liquid form basically is something that can also be called as crude oil, which has a mixture of all the different types of petroleum products. Now this is where you'll find that coal and petroleum are also different. How are they similar? They are similar because both are fossil fuels. Both, you can say, right now govern the entire world. They are the energy currencies of the world, coal and petroleum. We are heavily dependent on coal and petroleum right now, but both of them are fossil fuels, both of them are non-renewable, both of them are highly polluting, both of them are limited in their quantity. So that's why this is how they are similar, but at the same time they are very different. When you look at their structure, their chemistry, you'll find that they are different. So for example, let's say when we understand the differences between coal and petroleum, first and foremost, with regards to the origin. So with regards to the origin, with coal we had discussed that they originated in the swamps, right? They originated in the swamps or wetlands, etc. Whereas formation of petroleum began underwater, right? Formation of petroleum began underwater. So this is one difference from the point of view of origin. Then the perspective of the source. Now, for coal, what we discussed is prehistoric vegetation, right? So, vegetation meaning what? That it had plant-based source, correct? Whereas in case of petroleum, petroleum came from both plant and animal sources, from both algae and zooplanktons. Algae and zooplanktons meaning both plant and animal based source. Both plant and animal based source, whereas coal only comes from plant based source. So in simple terms you can say that coal is veg and petroleum is non-veg. So another difference that we have between coal and petroleum. Then when it comes to the composition wise, what we discuss for coal is that coal is made of carbon, correct? Higher the amount of carbon, better is the efficiency, correct? So this is the case of coal. Whereas in case of petroleum, we are saying that it's a complex mixture of hydrocarbons. It is a complex mixture of hydrocarbons, and what hydrocarbons are, we'll just discuss about that as well. So overall, uh, this is where we see that there is a difference, and even in terms of state, you can say they are different. That coal is found in solid state, whereas in case of petroleum, you find that they might exist in solid, liquid, or gaseous state. So in all these cases, we see that coal and petroleum, they are different. Similarity wise, both are fossil fuels, right? Both are fossil fuels. Both are limited in quantity, and both are highly polluting. But also, both are, and why we are depending so much on them, both are easy to use. So that's the ease of use, and they also being very, you can say, cheap as compared to others, has been the reason that why we have been using coal and petroleum a lot more than any other source, because other sources that we are developing right now, they are costlier. So a lot of infrastructure uh, requirements are there, a lot of money requirements, a lot of financial aid is needed, and that's why they are not as easy to use as compared to coal and petroleum. So that's why we see that there are all these uh, you can say differences and similarities between these two. So limited, okay, uh, this is limited quantity. Limited quantity, and they are highly polluting. Hmm. So this is where we have, now we are saying that petroleum is a complex mixture of hydrocarbons. Now let's try to understand this statement. What do we mean by complex mixture of hydrocarbons? Now when it comes to hydrocarbons, hydrocarbon is any compound that is made of hydrogen and carbon, meaning that when you have a compound which has only hydrogen and only carbon, then in that case we'll say that they are hydrocarbons. All right, they are called as hydrocarbons. So hydrocarbons will have only carbon and only hydrogen. Now overall, they have only hydrogen and only carbon. Now there are a lot of different types of hydrocarbons. So for example, there is something called as alkane or alkene or alkyne or cycloalkanes and so on, where we need not go into the detail, but there are different types of hydrocarbons, and every petroleum product, whether it is petrol or diesel or kerosene or let's say fuel oil, or whether it is bitumen or let's say paraffin wax, any kind of petroleum product that you have, every petroleum product will have a mixture of different types of hydrocarbons. Mixture. So just remember that it's a mixture. Now this is where you have to understand that you cannot assign a chemical formula to petrol or to diesel. Just like let's say for water or carbon dioxide, you say that water is H2O or carbon dioxide is CO2. You cannot assign a chemical formula like this to petrol or diesel, because they are mixtures, right? That's the basic difference between mixture and a compound. Do you remember this? This is we are going back to, I think, class 6, 7, 8 uh, science. Anyone who can tell me? Otherwise I'll tell you, don't worry. But do you remember what is the difference, a basic difference between mixture and compound? The compounds have a chemical formula, mixtures do not. That's good. Compound is homogeneous. The mixtures, actually, mixtures can also be homogeneous. There are homogeneous and heterogeneous mixtures. For example, milk. Milk is a homogeneous mixture. Fixed composition. Most importantly, fixed composition for compound. Correct? No, sir, I don't even remember what I read yesterday. Okay. Happens to a lot of us, don't worry. Yeah. So basic, just understand a basic difference between a mixture and a compound. A compound will have a fixed composition. For example, when you say water is H2O, the ratio in which hydrogen and oxygen will mix will always be fixed. All right. So that's why the chemical formula always will be H2O. And when it becomes, let's say, H2O2, it becomes hydrogen peroxide. So it changes, right? In case of mixtures, there is no guarantee to being a fixed composition. All right, the composition can vary. Let's say milk, right? So milk, if you have milk, you can mix water to milk. There is no, you can say, fixed ratio in which water and milk can be mixed. All right, so many a times you get that kind of diluted milk also, so where you do not know how much of water has been mixed to your milk. So in this way, mixture may not have a fixed composition, whereas compounds will have a fixed composition. And because they do not have a fixed composition, you cannot assign a chemical formula to them. So that is what happens in case of any petroleum product, be it petrol or be it diesel or kerosene or paraffin wax or asphalt or whatever you have. So in all these cases, we will say that a they have a complex mixture of hydrocarbons, meaning a lot of hydrocarbons are mixed together and they are forming that petroleum product. Now, overall, when it comes to petroleum, what we get is something called as crude oil. Now, this crude oil is a mixture. Crude oil is a mixture of all the different types of petroleum product. So when it comes to this crude oil, the formation of crude oil happens in a very similar manner as compared to what we discussed about coal. That first, whatever zooplanktons and algae, etc., we had under water, they might have gotten submerged, settled to the sea bottoms and lake bottoms, etc., mixed with the sediments, just like what we discussed in case of coal. And then after that, as they get submerged, obviously high temperature and high pressure apply to them. So under these conditions of high temperature and high pressure, the chemical conversion starts. And this chemical conversion, this time when it starts, first it converts into something called as kerogen. First it converts into kerogen. In a manner, you can say that kerogen is nothing but like a sedimentary rock, just like a sedimentary rock form, where you have, you can say, uh, partial conversion from uh, these life forms into petroleum. So first converts into kerogen, and this kerogen further keeps on developing into petroleum, because more heat and temperature, sorry, more heat and pressure will apply to kerogen, and that will now start to break down the carbon atoms in petroleum. Now understand this. What happens is that when you have any organic form like a plant, animals, humans, we are all organic. All right, we are all organic, we are all made of carbon atoms. Now these carbon atoms form very long chains of carbon atoms. All right, they all form a very long chains of carbon atoms like this, very long. By very long, I mean 80 to 100 carbon atoms might be present in that chain. So now what happens is that with high temperature and pressure under these conditions, kerogen, which has long hydrocarbon chains, starts to break down. All right, starts to break down into 10, 12, 15 carbon atoms like this. All right, so larger carbon chains now starts to break down into smaller carbon chains, and this is called as catagenesis. This is called as catagenesis. So there is a breakdown of kerogen that has happened, where larger carbon chains have now broken down into smaller carbon chains. And then lastly, there is another process which is called as pyrolysis. So just understand again, just going through the entire thing. First you had algae and the zooplanktons. So we had algae and zooplanktons. This is where they were subjected to. So first they submerged, right? They submerged under the sea or the lake bottoms. Then they were subjected to high temperature and pressure. Subjected to high temperature and pressure, leading to the formation of kerogen. From kerogen, now what happens is that the breakdown of the carbon chains happen, which is called as catagenesis. All right, catagenesis happens. So catagenesis, I'm just writing it here. Catagenesis means breaking of long carbon chains into smaller ones. All right, this is called as catagenesis. So 80 to 100 carbon atom chain, longer chains now have broken down into smaller chains. So this is called as catagenesis. And after catagenesis, the last process here is called as pyrolysis. This is called as pyrolysis. So pyrolysis basically is thermochemical decomposition. Just remember this, and I'll write it down. Thermochemical decomposition of anything at high temperature and high pressure in the absence of oxygen. So when you have any substance which is subjected to very high temperature and pressure in the absence of oxygen or limited supply of oxygen, because when you have submerged it underground, obviously there is no oxygen supply going to it. So that's why in the absence of oxygen at high temperature and pressure, the thermochemical decomposition of matter is called as pyrolysis. So now that the kerogen chains had broken down into smaller chains, now pyrolysis happens and ultimately it converts it into crude oil or petroleum. All right, so pyrolysis basically is, I'm just writing it here, pyrolysis pyrolysis is thermochemical decomposition of matter at high temperature and pressure in the absence of oxygen. All right, thermochemical decomposition of matter at high temperature and pressure in the absence of oxygen. This is called as pyrolysis. So ultimately this process of pyrolysis will lead to the formation of petroleum. So this is how you get petroleum. This is how the formation of petroleum happens. All right, so overall this is where we look at this entire process ultimately leading to the formation of petroleum. Now this petroleum, which is also called as crude oil, is a mixture of different types of petroleum products. All the different types of petroleum are present in this crude oil. This is where a process called as fractional distillation takes place. Now also try to understand what is fractional distillation. Distillation as a process. Do you know what we use distillation for? When do we use distillation? What do we use distillation for? Any idea? Can somebody tell me first? Okay, purification. Great. What kind of purification, can you tell me? What kind of purification? Okay, Rohit, you are correct. Different boiling points. Separation of liquids, yes. Separate liquids having different boiling points. Rosmin, you are correct. Process involving conversion of a liquid into vapor, which is subsequently condensed back to liquid form. Correct, Shiva? Hmm. So many of you have given the correct answer. Distillation as a process is used to separate out mixtures which have different boiling points, which mix in one another very nicely, but they have different boiling points. So for example, if you have two liquids which have mixed in one another and they have boiling points, let's say, which are different. So for example, one boils at 50 degrees Celsius and one boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Suppose that you have an organic liquid. You have an organic liquid and you have water. Organic liquids normally will have lower boiling points, maybe 40 degrees Celsius, 50 degrees Celsius, 60 degrees Celsius, and water will have a boiling point of 100 degrees Celsius. So if they are mixed in one another, if they are completely mixed in each other, then in that case you start to heat them up. And as you heat them up, let's say when the heat is supplied in a manner that you reach up to 50 degrees Celsius, so one liquid will start to boil and vaporize, and you can collect it somewhere. You can collect those vapors, and they can be separated out. So by the time, let's say, you are at 70 degrees Celsius, water will be heated, water will be warm, but the other liquid would have completely vaporized. So you have been able to separate the two. This is how distillation works. So for example, let's say organic liquids, as I told you, or alcohols. People tell me that you can mix alcohol and water. So when you mix alcohol and water, the mixture becomes homogeneous and it cannot be separated out. When you, let's say, have oil and water. So in case of oil and water, what happens is that oil will form a layer on water because density is uh, very low of oil compared to water. So oil will just deposit as a layer on water. So then you do not need distillation. But when you have alcohol and water, so if alcohol and water are mixed, then in that case they are becoming a homogeneous mixture, or milk and water, they can become a homogeneous mixture. So then in that case, in case of an organic liquid and water, this is how you separate it out. So wherever you have liquid that can mix, which are miscible, then in that case distillation is used. Now, when the boiling point differences are very low, so for example, in case of alcohol and water, we are saying that there can be a difference of 50 degrees Celsius. Then fine, distillation can be used. But then let's say if you have two organic liquids, then in case of two organic liquids, the difference in boiling points might be just 10 degrees Celsius or 5 degrees Celsius and so on. Then the normal process of distillation is not usable. That you simply heat it and separate them out, not usable anymore. Then we use fractional distillation. So distillation will be used when you are separating two liquids which are miscible. Fractional distillation will be used when you are separating two liquids which are miscible and have very less difference in their boiling points. So that is the basic difference that you have in uh, difference that you have between distillation and fractional distillation. So just remember this, that distillation is used to separate two miscible liquids with sufficient difference in their boiling points. Usually more than 25 degrees Celsius. If the difference is larger than 25 degrees Celsius, then in that case you use distillation. If difference in boiling points is less, then we use fractional distillation. All right. So that's the basic difference. That's the basic difference between distillation and fractional distillation. All right. So in fractional distillation, how are we changing the process? In distillation, you were simply heating it, right? You were heating the mixture and you were getting the components separated. In fractional distillation, first you will take the mixture to a very high temperature, meaning that the entire mixture that you have first will be heated to a very high temperature, a temperature which is higher than the boiling point of every liquid that you have in that mixture. And then you will start to cool them down slowly. And as you start to cool them down, this is where you will start getting them separately. So this is what we do for crude oil. So if you see this, what we do is that this crude oil first and foremost will be heated to a temperature of 400 degrees Celsius. All right. First, it will be heated to a temperature of 400 degrees Celsius. And as it is heated, you have the entire mixture, the entire crude oil in the gaseous state. And then you start to cool it. And as you cool it, first at around 350 degrees Celsius, you get bitumen. Then after that, lubricating oil. And as you cool it down further, fuel oil, diesel, paraffin, naphtha, petrol, etc. You'll keep getting it, and ultimately butane and propane, which will contribute to making LPG or liquefied petroleum gas. So in this manner, as you keep on cooling, you will see that you will keep on getting the different fractions of petroleum. So this is how we see that fractional distillation becomes useful in getting the various components of distillation. So in this particular scenario, this is basically how we keep on getting all these different fractions. So that's why it is a method of separating a mixture of two or more liquids, and process where we see that crude oil will be separated into different and more useful hydrocarbon products. So overall, this is basically the basic principle of fractional distillation, which is used in these kind of processes. Now, after, so anything that you want to ask from petroleum, anything related to petroleum that you want to ask? What is naphtha? Naphtha basically is, you can say, a hydrocarbon mixture only. Something that is used in soaps, also used in cleaning products, used in varnishes. In all these kind of things, naphtha is used. Rapid cooling or slow? Slow. It will be a very slow cooling. What is the perfect meaning of crude oil? Crude oil, basically, you can say the when you say crude means that it is in its raw form. All right, it is just raw petroleum from where now you have to separate out all the mixtures, meaning that this crude oil has petrol, diesel, kerosene, all these things are just mixed together. Now you want to separate all these components one by one. So that's what crude oil is. It's a raw form of petroleum. Are petroleum deposits sedimentary? Uh, Saying that petroleum is sedimentary would not be entirely correct. I would rather say that kerosene is sedimentary in its form. Petroleum is more of a fossil, or more of a fossil fuel, you can say. Although sediments are sedimentary rocks are also fossilized in a manner, but sedimentary, when you have in a rock form, or when you have in that kind of a geological form, then the use of the word sedimentary is more suitable. Bitumen is something that you can use in, I mean, it's very highly viscous, very thick or semi-solid form of petroleum, and something that is largely used in road construction and some other activities as well. When we say China is coming into the Indian Ocean for hydrocarbons, means that they are here for petroleum. Mostly yes, mostly petroleum, but also there are other forms of petroleum. Sorry, other forms of hydrocarbon. Uh, we'll discuss about that as well. Like for example, methane hydrate, that is there in the continental shelves. They are also there for that. Can we separate them with the help of centrifugal separator working on the principle of different densities? We can do that in certain forms. For example, in case of milk, we can do that. But overall, for other liquids, it becomes, I mean, it's not a preferred choice, because separating them with the centrifuge will be very, very difficult because of the chemical composition that you have there. Because of the chemical composition, it does not allow you to do it. Um, the densities will be very close to one another in many of the cases, and hence it will become very, very difficult for you to separate them, because you have multiple mixtures which are present at the same time. Ethanol blending we'll discuss later. Just wait, when we go to biofuels we'll discuss that. Octane number of petrol. Octane number basically is something that gives you an idea about the quality of petrol. That if the octane number is high, it means that it has a higher efficiency, meaning that the normal heptane amount is higher than the isooctane amount, and that means that it will have a better quality. So that is what we mean by octane number. Is fraction distillation comparable to refinery process? It's a part of the refinery process. As the boiling point decreases, the energy will increase or decrease. It's not completely dependent on boiling point. There are a lot of factors that will determine the energy. So only on the basis of boiling point, we cannot really consider everything. What is the meaning of thermochemical decomposition? So thermochemical decomposition, basically just break down the word and you will understand the meaning. When it comes to thermochemical decomposition, what happens is that thermochemical, the term therm, is used for heat. So that's why thermochemical, chemical meaning there is a chemical decomposition happening, that there is a chemical change that is happening in it. So largely what, basically what we see here is that overall, uh, at high temperature, the chemical uh, changes are happening in kerogen, all right, or in those organic forms, and that's why we are saying that it's a thermochemical decomposition. Decomposition means what? Breaking down, or breaking down of substances. So breaking down of substances at high temperature is, it is called as thermochemical decomposition. In Vaseline, what type of petroleum is used? Largely, it is paraffin. Paraffin wax is present. Plus, there are other chemicals also that are present at the same time. So, for example, the benzyl alcohol form is also present in Vaseline. Shale gas we'll discuss. Just wait. Is the high pollution of diesel vehicles related to its high boiling point in comparison? Not really, Shreyansh. The larger problem with diesel is the number of carbon atoms. Basically, as the number of carbon atoms in the chain increases, the pollution also increases. So, for example, let's say LPG. LPG has propane and butane, which has 3 and 4 carbon atoms in the chain. So, because of that, what happens is that the burning is cleaner. With petrol, it can be in the range of 6 to 9 up to 10, etc. So number of carbon atoms in the chains that you have in the mixture will be up to 10, 11, etc. So then it has a little higher pollution levels as compared to LPG. Diesel even more. So that's why diesel will have a higher pollution. So that depends on the number of carbon atoms in the mixture that you have. So that determines how much pollution they will cause. What is the difference between petrol and diesel? The basic difference between petrol and diesel is the number of carbon atoms in the hydrocarbon mixture. So as we say that they are complex mixture of hydrocarbons, meaning that there are different types of hydrocarbons that are mixed. In petrol, the number of carbon atoms are less. In diesel, the number of carbon atoms are more. Is it true Western countries justify petroleum to be cleaner than coal for geopolitical reasons? Uh, Not entirely, because petroleum is cleaner than coal in some cases. So, not entirely because of just the geopolitical reasons. But obviously, there is a larger picture at play, and we'll discuss that when we go to renewable energy. Oil rigs in the Northern Sea are also for petroleum, largely, yes. It's very dangerous job, of course. I mean, one of the most dangerous ones. All components of crude oil miscible with one another. Yes, they are present as fractions in that crude oil, and then we have to separate them. So yes, they are miscible. All right, so let's move on. I see that a lot of repeated questions are there. Hmm. Will we have to go into organic chemistry by any chance? No, 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 no. Not at all. Not at all. Don't touch it. What is octane number in sense of hydrocarbon? By definition, it is said to be the ratio of n-heptane divided by the n-heptane isooctane ratio, and that determines the efficiency of petrol. Uh, Not necessarily required for the examination. Why trucks only use diesel, not petrol? It's because of energy, because they are heavy vehicles and they need more energy give that can be given by diesel. There are a lot of questions. I hope I've not missed it, but there are a lot of you have asked a lot of questions. So yeah, right. So now we have some of the non-conventional forms. So first and foremost, we have shale. Now, when it comes to shale, just understand this, that shale gas refers to natural gas that is trapped within the shale rock formations. Now, natural gas, remember this term natural gas. Wherever this term natural gas is being used, we are talking about methane. We are talking about methane. Methane, natural gas basically has almost, you can say, up to 85% by composition methane. So wherever this term natural gas comes, understand that we are basically talking about methane. Now, what is this shale gas? Shale gas, if you look at this picture, shale gas is something that is found in the shale layer, which is a rock layer that we have inside the earth. Now, these shale rocks, they basically have trapped methane in them. And this methane that we get from this shale rock is called as shale gas. Now, this shale gas has become a very significant non-conventional, non-renewable energy source. Non-renewable because it is, again, it is limited in its quantity because it is only there in the shale rocks. So that's why non-renewable, and non-conventional because it's a new form that we just found a few decades back and we had no idea about their existence before that. So that's why we are saying that they are uh, methane based methane based gases obtained from the shale rocks. Now, the discovery of shale has been very significant because the discovery of shale has in a manner changed the geopolitics of the world. uh, Before shale, and US basically discovered, in a manner you can say that US discovered large amount of shale presence in US. Before US found shale, US used to be a net importer of energy, that it would import a lot of energy for its domestic purpose. After the discovery of shale, they became exporters of energy, they became a net exporter of energy. So they converted from being a net importer to a net exporter of energy just with the discovery of shale. So for US, it became very, very crucial. And then you can say, in a manner, God did a natural justice, and Russia also found a lot of shale presence, and then China also found a lot of shale presence. So that's why there is, you can say, relatively, you can say that they are not really fighting with each other after this, because everybody, every big power of the world, they found shale. And the shale presence in all these countries, they significantly improved their energy production. They now had a lot of energy sources to use, and hence they became better placed in geopolitics also in the world because of shale. So that's why from that perspective, shale became very, very crucial for all these countries. Now, overall, when it comes to India, in India also, we have been able to find certain areas where shale presence has been seen. So, for example, all these areas marked in purple, these are the areas where we have found shale presence in the country. And all these other areas, they are the potential areas from where we might be able to get shale. But unfortunately, the shale presence that we have in India is not very significant. It is not comparable to countries like US or Russia or China. Compared to them, we have very less shale presence, and that's why we cannot see shale as one of the primary sources of energy, one of the primary alternatives to coal and petroleum, because the presence is not that great. ONGC, this map was basically published by ONGC, and ONGC had done a research on shale presence in India between 2011 to 2021. So 2011 to 2021, they did do a lot of uh, research on shale, but the results that they have, the discussions that they have been doing after this research, they said that as an additional source, yes, shale can be good for India, but we haven't found resources which uh, are significant, which are huge in quantity, and that's why may not be very cost effective in a lot of ways as well. So that's why shale presence, although it is there in India, but we did not really find uh, a lot of big resources from here. Overall, when it comes to shale, there are certain issues also that we should understand. That first and foremost, the consumption of fresh water is huge in case of shale. So when it comes to shale extraction, if you look at this particular picture, in case of shale extraction, first we have to dig a well and go to this layer. So we have to first dig a layer and dig a well and go to the layer of shale, And once we have reached the layer of shale, this is where horizontal drilling is done. Horizontal drilling is done into the layer of these rocks. And once we have done this horizontal drilling, this is where water at very high pressure is sent through these wells, which is called as applying hydraulic pressure. So hydraulic pressure is applied, a lot of fresh water is used. We add chemicals to this fresh water. We add chemicals to the fresh water, and this fresh water will apply hydraulic pressure. And with this hydraulic pressure, they would produce cracks. All right, they would produce cracks to this layer, and from these cracks that they generate, this is where methane gas or natural gas will be extracted. So to cause these cracks, to cause these fractures, we use fresh water. So that's why a lot of consumption of fresh water happens uh, for shale extraction. Then it can also lead to induced seismicity. It can lead to even earthquakes, because you are causing fractures beneath the earth, which can destabilize any given area, and hence it can lead to seismic activities, it can lead to earthquakes. So that's why that is also one of the issues that we have. Then there is a potential ground and surface water contamination, because this water that we are using, it might mix with the water that you have underground, and hence it can lead to pollution of water also. And then there are local impacts, that all of a sudden, let's say any government of the world finds a new shale resource, it is not going to let go of it, it is going to use it in any way that they can. And then it creates a local impact for the people who are living nearby these areas. A lot of movement of trucks and machinery, etc., will happen, pollution levels will increase. So overall, for the people who were possibly living peacefully there, for them it becomes a new problem. So that's where there are all these issues, and you will find that especially in the US, there have been a lot of litigations, a lot of cases that have been filed in case of shale gas extraction, where people have been uh, because of the instability in those kind of areas, people have actually lost some cases in the courts against shale gas extraction. So that's why there are all these problems that we have with regards to shale extraction. Then there is this source which is called as coal bed methane. And again, just remember that we are still talking about methane extraction. Now, in case of coal bed methane, we see that coal bed methane is a kind of methane that we get from the coal bed or from coal mines, nearby coal mine areas. When we extract methane from nearby coal mine areas, this is called as coal bed methane. Now, extraction is easier because it is much nearer the surface as compared to shale gas. As you can see that shale gas is much more beneath the surface, much deeper underground as compared to coal bed methane. So now in case of coal bed methane, what we understand is that this is methane that we are extracting. Now overall in India, now we have started talking about coal bed, sorry, we have started talking about coal bed methane because we have identified that this is one of the additional sources that we can use. Last year, it has been much in the news that India now will start working towards coal bed methane extraction also. So, this coal bed methane extraction is where we are headed, and we might start using a lot more of it. So, if you look at this map, for example, if you look at, there are red marked areas and there are yellow marked areas. The red areas are the ones where you have the coal field, where you have the coal mines, and the yellow marked areas are the areas where we have found deposits of coal bed methane, and now we want to use coal bed methane also. So until now we haven't really been using a lot of coal bed methane, and we have not identified as a part of our policy. But last couple of years we have seen that the coal ministry has been pushing for coal bed methane as well, and we might start using a lot more of coal bed methane. So it has been on and off in the news, so that's why as a topic it becomes a current affairs topic also, because coal bed methane has been in the news, because now the government of India is shifting its focus towards coal bed methane extraction. So so just remember, it is nothing but methane that we find near coal fields, near coal mines. They are called as coal bed methane. Then another source that has been in the news once in a while has been methane hydrate. another source of methane, methane hydrate, which is a crystalline form of methane and water. This picture that you see right here is a picture of methane hydrate. Now these hydrate forms, when we say something is hydrate, the meaning of hydrate, do you know what is the meaning of hydrate? When do we say that something is hydrate? Not necessarily wet. Crystalline water molecules, this is more adequate. So basically just remember, yes, water molecules. So understand this, that it's not about moisture or it's not about being wet, it's about having water molecules. All right. So now water molecules always may not be in water form or in liquid form. All right, they can be in their crystalline form as well. There is a very simple example in our daily lives. Anyone who knows, there is a hydrate molecule that we do use in our daily lives. It's not ice. It's not ice. Yes, in gypsum, correct. In gypsum, in washing powder. In washing powder. So, washing powder particles that you have, if you look at the chemical formula, you'll see that they have crystalline hydrate uh, molecules. So, they are not wet, right? But when you mix in water, obviously they'll mix because they have water molecules there. So, overall, so plaster of Paris, gypsum, washing powder, in all these cases you have this crystalline form of water called as hydrate. So just remember that when we talk about hydrate, hydrate means that hydrate means water molecules, so not necessarily liquid. Right, not necessarily liquid, just that water molecules in even crystalline form. So that's why in this case also, as you can see, that these are crystals. These are crystals of methane and water molecules mixed with one another. So so now in this scenario, methane hydrate. Now when it comes to methane hydrate, we have seen that all these areas that you see right here, these are the areas where methane hydrate deposits have been located in the world. So there are four primary reasons for regions. One is the Arctic region, then the Antarctic region. These are two regions, plus the continental shelves, all the continental shelves. So all these continental shelves also, they have methane hydrate deposits. And then deep water sediments of inland lakes and seas. Sea beneath the seas, beneath the inland lakes also, methane hydrate deposits have been found. The continental shelves are where methane deposits have been found, and then the Arctic and the Antarctic areas. These are four primary areas where methane hydrate has been located. So so that's why methane hydrates, from that perspective, we have found a lot of resources that can be used. This very one interesting question that has been asked in your paper. This had been asked, I think it was 2019 paper that UPSC had asked you this question. So there is one very key topic that I want to discuss with you with the help of this question. So please read it. We have not really discussed it yet, but let me discuss this with you. Please read the question. Let me also launch the poll for you. Please mark your answers and then we shall discuss the statements given in this. So 33% of you have marked A, 19% B, 14% C, and 35% D. Let me just discuss this. So question says, which of the following statements are correct about the deposits of methane hydrate? First is global warming might trigger the release of methane gas from these deposits. This is a correct statement. Now what we are saying is that the Arctic and the Antarctic areas, they have methane hydrates. They also have a lot of methane deposits. So what happens is that until now these methane deposits, they have been just you can say present beneath the layer of ice. So you have a very thick layer of ice, and then beneath that you have methane presence. Now what's happening is that because of global warming, the ice layers are melting. Now because and about the polar ice caps, you know that the ice layers are melting, and as the ice layers melt, this methane now comes to the surface and then just goes and mixes with the atmosphere. So that's why this global warming is triggering the release of methane gas from these deposits. So that's why this statement is correct, that because of global warming, ice layers are thinning, and with ice layers thinning, the methane that was deposited beneath the thick layer of ice now comes to the surface. All right, so this actually has been happening. So especially in the Arctic and the Antarctic areas, this is much more uh, profoundly seen as compared to any other area. So polar ice cap melting is leading to this kind of a situation. Large deposits of methane hydrate are found in the Arctic tundra and under the seafloor. We discussed about this, inland lakes and seas and Arctic Antarctic areas. So this is correct anyway. Methane in the atmosphere oxidizes to carbon dioxide after a decade or two. Now, even this is a correct statement. Something like this happens, a chemical reaction like this happens, that methane goes and mixes with oxygen, and this leads to formation of carbon dioxide and water molecules. So this is basically what happens. I mean, if you are also somebody like me who cannot live without balancing the equation, then this is the exact equation of what happens in the atmosphere, that methane will react with oxygen and form carbon dioxide. But it will not happen instantly. It will take at least 8 to 12 years for something like this to begin. All right, at least 8 to 10 years. So because methane, just remember that methane is very inert in that sense. So unless you have some kind of trigger that can lead to its reaction, it does not really react that easily. Only after a certain point of time, normally we say that it takes 8 to 12 years of time for it to start reacting, and then it starts to react, and ultimately it will react with the oxygen that you have in the atmosphere and convert into carbon dioxide. So that's why even this is correct. So that's why all these three statements given here, these are correct statements. So, and that's why this becomes very, very crucial for us to understand that how global warming is leading to more of global warming. Because of global warming, the polar ice caps are melting, and with polar ice caps melting, we see that a lot of these methane deposits will now mix with the atmosphere. And methane, just remember, methane is also a greenhouse gas. And not only the fact that it is a greenhouse gas, it is a much more potent greenhouse gas as compared to even carbon dioxide. It can be up to 80 times more damaging as a greenhouse gas as compared to carbon dioxide, at least 20 times more damaging than carbon dioxide. So that's why as a greenhouse gas, methane is much more dangerous as compared to carbon dioxide. The problem for the world right now is that we emit a lot more of carbon dioxide. In volume, we emit a lot more of carbon dioxide as compared to methane. Otherwise, if it was, let's say, between 1 kg of methane and 1 kg of carbon dioxide, uh, carbon dioxide will be a preferred choice for me. I would say lesser of the two evils would be carbon dioxide. But the problem is the volume. The volume in which we emit carbon dioxide is the challenge for the world. Otherwise, if methane was also in the same amount, was being emitted in the same amount, methane will be far more dangerous for the atmosphere. So that's why we have to understand this, that how there are, obviously there are natural sources of methane, but that was a natural way in which the earth functions. But with these added problems, we are increasing the concentration of methane in the atmosphere, which is far more dangerous. Then after that, we have something called as HCNG, hydrogen enriched compressed natural gas. Now, in this particular scenario, we are talking about compressed natural gas and hydrogen being mixed. Now, compressed natural gas or CNG is a clean source, right? Cleaner. And we have been using CNG as a replacement for petrol and diesel, or a replacement for LPG for that matter, because it is cleaner as compared to them. But when we add hydrogen to it, it becomes even better. It becomes more efficient and it becomes cleaner because of the advantages that hydrogen has. Now, understand about hydrogen, that why do we want to use hydrogen? There is so much of discussion about hydrogen, that we want to use hydrogen as fuel in fuel cells. We want to use it green hydrogen. There's the green hydrogen mission that government of India has now. So why so much of focus on hydrogen? Understand this, that why is hydrogen so important? First and foremost, hydrogen has very high efficiency. Hydrogen has very high efficiency. Hydrogen is clean. There is no carbon dioxide, right? Hydrogen doesn't have carbon dioxide emission. So it is a clean source of energy and it is abundant. You have enough of hydrogen present in both compound form and in elemental form. In elemental form, it is the 10th most abundant element on the earth. So it comes in the top 10 when it comes to hydrogen. And in the compound form, water, hydrocarbons, coal, petroleum, everything has hydrogen in it. So that's why hydrogen is abundant, is available in huge quantities. It is very clean, it is highly efficient. And that is the reason why we want to use hydrogen. That's the reason why we want to use hydrogen, and we are looking at so many ways in which hydrogen can be used. So whether it is the green hydrogen mission, or hydrogen as a fuel, or hydrogen based fuel cells, or even nuclear fusion, where also hydrogen is to be used. So that's why hydrogen becomes very, very crucial. And that's why we want to mix hydrogen, because hydrogen will give you a better quality and a better efficiency altogether. So overall, when it comes to hydrogen, or HCNG that has hydrogen, it reduces the emission of carbon monoxide. It enables fuel saving, all because of hydrogen. Lower amounts of nitrogen oxides will be uh, released. Minimum modification is required for running on HCNG. That if the vehicles are running on CNG, they will run on HCNG also. The calibration requirements are very, very low. So that's why it becomes very easy to use. Then it can be used for high load applications and heavy duty vehicles as well. For buses, for trucks, they can be used. So that is why they become very, very useful from that perspective. That CNG is not that useful for heavier vehicles, but HCNG can be used there. And that is what we have done. In Delhi, there was a pilot program that was run on HCNG, and there were certain buses that were run on HCNG for a few months to understand HCNG, to understand the various aspects of the positives and the negatives and any side effects that HCNG might have. So, for understanding all that, there were buses that have been run in Delhi on HCNG. So, overall what we see is that hydrogen adds to a lot of advantages, and that is why HCNG becomes useful. Although there are issues that we have to understand, that although emissions are very low, fuel savings will be there. It helps you in increasing the efficiency with a cleaner fuel available, and also for the vehicles that could not be used with CNG, now you can use it with HCNG. But there are issues that we have. The issues that we have is that, first and foremost, it helps us in, the first problem is that the most optimized ratio of hydrogen to natural gas is not easy to determine. Although we have used it already, but we do not know whether it was the most optimum ratio, or whether there are things that we can do to optimize that ratio of hydrogen to hydrogen to natural gas usage. Then New infrastructure requirements are there for producing HCNG. So you would have to construct plants where HCNG production would happen. So that needs a lot of budget allocation. So that also is a problem. And that's why there are a lot of steps to be taken for commercializing it so that you can use it at a larger scale. Right now, we have just conducted some pilot programs to understand HCNG and its uses, but we have to go beyond that and understand where exactly we can find a better use for HCNG. And overall, the problem also is the current cost of hydrogen, because hydrogen is costlier. Hydrogen production is costlier. So that's why when you use HCNG instead of CNG, it will be costlier, right? It will be more expensive as compared to CNG. So that increases the cost of HCNG altogether. That's the basic meaning. So that's why HCNG's cost is more than that of CNG. So there are all these limitations that we have right now, and we need to overcome these limitations if we want to start using HCNG effectively in the future. So that's why these are some of the issues that we have right now. That first and foremost, we still have to identify how much of hydrogen should be mixed with how much of natural gas. So that we still do not really know. Although we have used it already, we do not know that was whether that was the best that we could have done, or should we change the ratio of hydrogen to CNG. So there are all these problems that we have. There's one question that was asked in your paper. Just read this question. Um, I would say it's an easy question just because of the way the statements are. Just read them and try to arrive at an answer. I'm launching the poll for you. Please mark your answers. I was expecting more correct answers. 31% of you have marked A, 36% B, 3% C, and 31% D. Okay, let me just discuss this. In the context of proposals to use of hydrogen enriched CNG as fuel for buses in public transport, consider the following statements. First is the main advantage of the use of HCNG is the elimination of carbon monoxide. Elimination. Just go back and what we discussed. We discussed it reduces, right? It reduces, it does not eliminate. Elimination, in a manner, you can say it's an extreme word. It's an extreme word. So it does not eliminate, it reduces, because you are still using CNG. You are mixing some of hydrogen, but you are still using CNG. So carbon monoxide emission will happen, but a reduced amount of emission will happen. So that's why elimination does not happen, reduction happens. So that's why A cannot be your answer and D cannot be your answer, because you have one in both of these statements. So either 2 and 3 are correct or 4 is correct. Look at statement number 4. HCNG makes the fuel less expensive than CNG? No, absolutely not. What did we discuss? We discussed that it makes it more expensive because of hydrogen, because hydrogen production is expensive. So that's why CNG, or rather HCNG production, is expensive. So that's why 4 is wrong. So we are left with anyway 2 and 3. So without reading statement number 2 and 3, you can actually arrive at an answer here. So HCNG as fuel reduces carbon dioxide and hydrocarbon emissions. Yes, it does, because you are using more of hydrogen, so it reduces your emissions. and hydrogen up to 1/5 by volume can be blended with CNG as a fuel for buses. Now this obviously is a very difficult statement. I mean, if let's say it was left to statement number 3 to decide your answer, it would become an extremely difficult question, because it's a complete fact. It is basically a fact, and we discussed that we do not know what the most optimized ratio could be. But what we used was this: that 20% hydrogen was used. So statement number 3 is correct, but a very difficult statement. But we are not even relying on statement number 3 to get to our answer. Otherwise, it would have been a very, very difficult answer. But yes, always remember that when we say read the questions carefully, this is what it means: that you saw elimination of carbon monoxide, you remembered reduction, and you confused there, and that's why you could not mark it correctly. So that's why you have to be very vigilant while you are reading these statements, because many a times this is the trap that they lay for you, that instead of reduction, elimination as a word has been given here. So wherever you have these extreme words, always be very cautious, because I would say 9 out of 10 times when you have a word like this, it would be a wrong statement. Can you think of extreme? What do you mean by extreme words? Uh, None, all, very, extremely, elimination. All these are extreme words. Can you think of these words? Yeah, never, only. What else? All. Correct. Always. Yes. Every, each, completely. So as many of you have given, right, drastically. So everything that is an extreme, anything that is an extreme word, just be very cautious wherever you find these kind of words which you feel are extreme in their nature. Then just read the question, I mean read the statement twice or thrice to understand whether it's a wrong or a right statement, and you'll find that I would say most of the times, or let's say 9 out of 10 times, these will be wrong statements. And we'll see a lot of such examples in the other questions also, where you'll find these kind of problems, right? So let's end our session here. We basically have discussed all the non-renewable sources. Tomorrow, when we are back, we'll start with your uh, renewable sources. We'll discuss about what is solar energy, wind energy, geothermal energy, biofuels. We'll discuss about all these topics in tomorrow's class. So if you have any questions, please let me know. Let's discuss your questions, and then after that we shall end the session for today. Please go back, revise the things. If you have any doubts, you can always write to us at islive@byju's.com, or if you have any specific questions for me, you can write to me at rasesh.kumar@byju's.com. Right, so if you have any questions, please let me know. UPSC aspirants know tricks and words for elimination rather than knowing facts. I mean, yes, you're not wrong in saying this. Many a times we actually rely on the statements, the English, the language, than the facts and the concepts. So yeah, it does happen. Is it the end of the topic of non-renewable sources? Yes, it is. So now we are doing mixture and not compound composition of CNG. Yes, that's correct, because it's mixture of hydrogen and CNG. If H2 has too much advantages when we use, but what about H3 and H4? They have some advantage. See, H3 and H4, I mean, hydrogen in its molecule form is H2. Two atoms of hydrogen combined together to make that molecule of hydrogen. So release of methane hydrate is not good thing. Yes, of course it's not good. But when we are extracting it, all right. So what happens is when you extract this methane and when you use it for for combustion, instead of release of methane, release of carbon dioxide happens. So release of carbon dioxide is less bad, you can say, as compared to methane release. So that's why using it as fuel makes sense for us. How natural gas is formed. uh, the petroleum formation, what we discussed about petroleum formation, is almost a similar process for even natural gas formation. Why and how CNG is cheaper than petrol or diesel? The entire refining process of CNG is much easier because you have only one compound, that is natural gas. So you directly get it from natural gas. Where in case of petroleum, you first get crude oil, and from crude oil you have to extract petroleum. So overall, that entire industrial process that you have for getting petrol out of crude oil is much more expensive as compared to getting CNG out of natural gas, and that is why we see that it becomes cheaper. What is meant by optimized H2? Not optimized H2, but optimized ratio of hydrogen to natural gas, meaning that how much of hydrogen should we mix with how much of natural gas. Determining that is not that easy, and one of the limitations of using it. Leaderboard. Okay. This is the leaderboard for today. So there were three questions, and there are many of you have we've given all the three correct answers. That's great to see. Wonderful. So everyone with three correct answers, I'll send you my address. Please send me sweets. Books here are not required. I'm just repeating that you do not need to refer to any book. Just refer to whatever we are doing in the classroom. I'll be doing a lot of discussion in the classroom itself, and just keep on adding current affairs to it. That's it. Difference between shale gas and CBM, as I told you, shale gas is basically methane that you are getting from shale rocks, whereas coal bed methane you are getting from coal mines. So that's the basic difference. The source is the difference. Why India doesn't depend for natural gas but for petroleum? No, for natural gas also we are actually dependent, and we are getting gas from other countries. For example, last year it was in so much of controversy when we said that we are going to get natural gas from petroleum and natural gas from Russia. So we do get natural gas from these countries, imported from there. Is natural gas one of the products of fractional distillation? No, no, no. It is not. It is not. Which kind of coal has the highest organic content? Anthracite. Anthracite has it. Solving questions in the class is real fun. Can we solve more? So, as and when any topic has any question from the past papers, we'll keep on taking those questions. Depends on topic to topic. There are some topics which from where they have not asked in the past, but I believe they'll ask in the future, and hence those topics are there in your uh, slides. And there are some where they have asked in the past. So, whatever is required, we'll definitely do it. The basic difference between distillation and fractional distillation, as I told you, when the difference in the boiling points of the mixed liquids is very high, then in that case you use distillation. When the difference in the boiling points is not that high, then in that case use fractional distillation. Study material in books, and again repeating, don't use any external source for this subject, just use the lectures and current affairs, that's it. I'm arts background student, science is tough for me, what should I do? First and foremost, step one, class 6 to 8th NCRTs. Class 6 to 8th NCRTs will help you regain that confidence, because now you are into the preparation. There are so many different subjects that you are being exposed to. Your learning capacity is better as it might have been before you started your journey. So you'll find that you will be able to do that. If you have any doubts, you're most welcome to ask those questions, anything that you have from all these areas. Plus, keep on following the classroom as it goes, keep on referring to the lectures. If you want to go through the recordings later on, please do that. If it is read, let's say if you want to go through it again once and just to revise everything and all that, do that. And if you have any doubts, if you don't understand anything, you are most welcome to ask those questions in the classroom. Recently, Godavari and Mahanadi basins discovered petroleum. Why this didn't wasn't done before? See, we always try to find it. It's not easy to always. I mean, there are even satellites that are doing these kind of analysis, and we keep on doing the surveys. And wherever we find, we do try to use it as much as possible. Queries regarding books, I'm not sure. Please write to the support team for that. Right. So anyway, we have, I think I've taken almost all the questions that we had. If you have more questions, again, you can bring it back to tomorrow's class also, or you can write to us on support emails, or even if you want to send it to me, you can send your doubts to me as well. So this is the end of the session today. Thank you very much for joining in. Please go back, revise everything. If you have any doubts, please bring them back tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll start with renewable energy sources, and we will first start with solar energy, and then wind energy, geothermal energy, and then biofuels. These are the topics that we are going to discuss in tomorrow's class. Thank you.